Good morning.
Please call
Good
the
morning.
matter into the record, Erin.
May it please the court, my lady. Morning.
Today is the 18th of November 2021, calling the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021.
The witness is reminded that he is still under oath.
Yes.
Mr. Sibara, who's next now? After Mr. Martin, I think Mr. Martin indicated yesterday that they don't have questions. Are you?
Lady,
I
apologize.
Yes,
I
you said
I asked for an indulgence to stand down and take some
yeah.
instructions.
It's still in the morning. My mind is already like this. My apologies. Now I remember now. Okay.
Thank you, lady. Lady, I have a few short questions for the witness. I won't take long.
This is on behalf of Dr. Selebanone.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, milady. Mr. Mosanoche, yesterday you were referred to 2 sets of minutes by Mr. van Bergen. Can I ask you to go to the first set, which you'll find at page 1232 of case lines? And if you could just let me know when you're there.
Page?
1232.
Milady, we
Yes.
are trying to access case line. If we can just be given a minute.
Okay, that's
Thank
fine.
you. Perhaps I should also indicate, my lady, that we've just been we're having load shedding, so the generator just kicked in. Please bear with us if we are having a bit of difficulties.
Yeah, yeah. All right.
Thank you, my lady.
That's something that these are beyond our control. What can we do? All right.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes. Does the witness have the page? Have you looked at where you have been referred to?
Not yet.
Are you struggling to get the page? What is happening?
My lady, Miss Matape's computer is rebooting because Mr. Mosenogi is using her laptop to access the case line while he uses another device of mine for MS Teams. And I'm using another for both. So hence I'm asking just 2 minutes, my lady. Miss Matape's laptop is rebooting. It should be up and running just now.
Milady, perhaps we can just take a few minutes, and when the case lines is working, the witness can just come back on and let us know. The only questions I have relate to 2 documents on case lines, so I can't move on to the other topic.
Give us the page. So
can we start after 10 minutes?
Oh, okay.
Should be fine. And just for my learned friend, the page is 1232.
1232. Thank you, Mr. Martin.
All right.
Thank you.
Are you winning?
Yes, the witness is reminded that he's still under oath. Mr. Martin, you can proceed.
As it
You have
pleases
just
everybody,
referred us to page 1232.
1232. Mr. Mosanoki, were you able to get to the page?
Yes, Mr. Martin.
Right, you'll recall that yesterday you were referred to these minutes by Mr. van Bergen, and you were referred specifically to section 3 of these minutes, which appears at page 1233. If you could just go there.
Yes, I'm there.
Right. You were referred to bullet point 2. I can't recall if you were also referred to bullet point 3, so I'm just going to take you through both of the bullet points. In the second bullet point, it reads as follows: item 6, 12th point, HOD is not happy about this point. He raised a concern that majority of the clinicians at SESOP are employees of the state and are giving contradictory views.
Just a second, where are we now? Just a second.
We are at section 3, bullet point 2 on page 1233.
Okay, all right.
As HOD is not happy about this point, he raised a concern that majority of the clinicians at SESOP are employees of the state and are giving contradictory views. We need to find a way around this matter. Gauteng Department of Health clinicians need to raise their issues internally as employees, not as a separate entity. And then the third bullet point reads as follows: the head of department emphasized that all parties involved need to have trust to avoid unnecessary politics, contradictory views, and chaos. Now, Mr. Mosanoki, yesterday it was put to you that that is a criticism of the clinicians. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that that does not, even at face value, suggest that the clinicians are being criticized? What it reflects is a concern by the head of department that because those clinicians are also at SESOP, the department is receiving contradictory views.
Yes, this is what is reflected in our minutes.
Right. And in fact, the head of department in bullet point 3 emphasized that the parties need to have trust in each other to avoid unnecessary politics and specifically contradictory views and chaos. Do you recall that?
Yes, that was reflected in the minutes.
Now, Mr. Mosanoki, you were then also referred to another set of minutes, which appears at page 1239. So you can actually just scroll down. These are minutes of the same meeting, but now these minutes have been prepared by, I think, SADAG. And if I can refer you to paragraph 3 at the bottom of the page, bear in mind this is the same conversation.
Yes.
Recorded in 2 sets of minutes and with very different spins. If you bear in mind, Mr. Mosanoki, that in the original minutes that I just referred you to, the head of department emphasized that the parties need to have trust to avoid unnecessary politics. And then we read paragraph 3, which reads as follows. The HOD noted his view that SESOP should not be involved in the process as many of its members are employees in the GDOH, and in the view of the HOD should not criticize the department. He also expressed his belief that SESOP has a political agenda. So those are 2 very different takes on the same conversation. Do you see that?
Yes.
In the one set of minutes, the HOD expresses his view that the parties need to have trust to avoid unnecessary politics. That's the way the Gauteng Department of Health saw the statement. SADAG saw the exact same statement as the HOD accusing SADAG or SESOP of having a political agenda. Do you see that?
Yes.
Right. Now, Mr. van Bergen put to you yesterday that specifically this set of minutes illustrates that the head of department was trying to muzzle the clinicians and that he was criticizing the clinicians. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And your response was as follows. You said, my understanding was that the HOD was saying that the clinicians are allowed to raise issues of concern in the department. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Dr. Celebano will say that he was not trying to muzzle any of the clinicians. Do you have any reason to dispute that?
That's why I was pointing out, Mr. Martin, that the official minutes were the ones who were taking out ourselves. But SADC came with this kind of minute. So when I handed over documents to the police, I handed everything that I had in my file. So
Sure,
that's how this document came in. So my statement still stays the way I answered that. He was talking to people who were in SASOP that they should not, they should be able to, if they are in the employment of the department, they are allowed to raise their issues with the department. They must not use SASOP as a vehicle.
And Dr. Celebano will also say that he wasn't criticizing the clinicians for merely raising their views. Do you have any reason to dispute that?
No, I can't dispute that.
Many of these clinicians that were the subject of this conversation were also part of your project team, isn't that right?
Yes, that's what I pointed out yesterday.
And they continued to be part of your project team, both before and after this meeting?
Yes.
And if they had concerns that they wished to raise about the project, would the appropriate place to raise them not be within the context of the project itself?
Yes, they did raise concerns in the project.
So were they at any stage, to your knowledge, muzzled by Dr. Celebano?
I don't remember ever they being muzzled.
Now, these clinicians that also continued in the project team, is it correct that some of them also attended meetings with the MEC?
I will not remember all of them, but because they are part of the project team, when we reported to the MEC, most of the project team members were part of that report back.
Thank you. Lady, that is all from us. I have no further questions for the witness.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sibara?
I'm here, my
Is
lady.
that yourself who's following?
It's me.
Okay.
Proceed, my lady.
Yes, you may.
Good morning, Tate Musinoki.
Good morning, Tate Sebar.
I am going to put questions to you on behalf of Dr. Manamela.
Yes.
That is your former colleague within the Department of Health. Just to do a bit of housekeeping, will I be correct that during your tenure as a chief director planning, you had a good working relationship with Dr. Manamela as the director, Department of Health?
Yes, I've always had a good relationship with her.
And she confirms, Tate Musinoki, that yourself as a project manager, you were very hands-on, very attentive, and you would listen to her at all material times.
Yes, as my deputy project manager, I had to rely on her.
And further than that, she advises me that yourself and Dr. Manamela would travel together during the time where NGOs had to be visited, that is before the mental health care users were transferred.
Yes, some of the visits, I pointed them out during my affidavits that we traveled with the mental health care unit. I was with them in the visit.
And specifically, Mr. Musinoki, you recall, I understand this incident took place long time ago. Do you recall specific NGO or NGOs you visited with Dr. Manamela? Even if it can be one or two.
We visited the one in Esidimeni.
Okay.
We were together there, and also one in next to Kalafo. I think it's Tepo.
Tepong, that's correct. She confirms that. Further than that, she advises me that yourself and her, including her team within her department, you visited Wupilong in Mamelodi, NGO. You recall that?
I don't remember the Bupulong one.
Okay.
Yes.
And when you visited the one in Gauteng, including Sepong, was it before the transfer?
It was when we were preparing for the transfer, just to go and check whether is there additional beds, are they sufficient for accommodating patients. Yes.
And
specifically at Esidimeni, the one that is called Anan, and also at just next to Deep Kloof, the one that was being renovated.
And do you recall the one which was next to Deep Kloof, which was being renovated, the name? You can take your time. I understand this incident took place long time ago in Tatemsina.
I will remember it. It just escaped my mind.
It's okay. Let's. The evidence before court and the instructions I hold from Dr. Manamela is that there was a national mental health policy framework and strategy plan, which she was referred to as 2013-2020. Did you know about the strategic plan, the national plan?
Yes, I came to know it when I joined the project.
And this was the national policy, will I be correct?
Yeah, policy document, yes. Framework, yes.
That's correct. In view of the national policy framework, it is my understanding that provinces were then tasked to design their own provincial strategic policies in line with the national policy. Is that correct?
Yes.
And my instructions is that the national policy on its own was designed to deinstitutionalize mental health care users. That was the intended objective of the national mental health policy framework. Did you get that feeling when you joined the project?
Yes, that was it, because they had already done some work in terms of that.
My instructions from Dr. Manamela is that under the leadership of the then HOD, Dr. Gottsnell, the Gauteng Department of Health then designed their own provincial mental health services plan referred to as Vision 2020.
Yes, I had perused that one, although I don't remember the whole content, but there was that plan.
No, there's no harm about that, my leader. The idea behind the provincial plan or strategic plan was to mirror the national policy. That is the instructions I gained from Dr. Manamela. Did you get that impression as well?
Yes.
Doctor, in terms of the provincial plan 2014-2020, which was as well accepted by Life Esidimeni and other stakeholders, the Gauteng Department of Health had agreed with Life Esidimeni to reduce the number of beds by 200 on a yearly basis up until 2020.
Yes, that was what was being implemented.
And Mr. Musinoki, according to the evidence of Dr. Mukachwa, the 2014-2020 strategic plan for the province was a very healthy product with practicality of implementing, and he was happy with it.
Yes, I remember his evidence.
And yourself, when you joined the project team, were you aware of the 2014-2020 provincial policy document?
Yes, I was briefed by Dr. Manamela and her team about those plans and what they were doing so far.
And when you got the briefing, I am going to couple this question, Dr. Musinoki, with your evidence before the judge during this inquest. Do you recall that your emphasis was that the transfer of patients should be done in a structured manner, not in a rush phase? Do you recall?
You mean when I wrote to the MEC?
Yes. When you wrote when you asked for an extension for 3 months, 6 months to a year.
Yes.
And
the gist of my contention.
And will I be correct that your proposal on its own, when you talk about a strategic way of doing it, automatically mirrored the 2014-2020 strategic plan of the Gauteng province?
Yes, the operative way was that maybe we must do it in phases.
And the 2014-2020 strategy was doing it in phases of 200 beds up until 2020. Will I be correct?
Yes.
And that was the phase which was accepted. My instructions are that this was the phases which were accepted by clinicians, doctors, and as well. My instructions are that the whole ball game changed when the new MEC, Mr. Dani Mahlangu, was appointed the political head of the department.
Yes, as I was said, that's how, I don't know what happened, but there was a change of direction.
Yes. My instructions are that that change of direction emanated from my appointment of Mr. Dani Mahlangu. The 2014-2020 strategic plan was then abandoned, and the contract of Life Esidimeni was then cancelled. Yes,
that's what was reflected by the letter that was sent to Life Esidimeni.
With your experience as a chief director, Mr. Musinoki, can you advise the court here what could have been the best approach if the department intended to cancel the contract with Life Esidimeni? What was the best approach?
My take, because I have been involved in other projects, especially the major ones. I think I highlighted it even yesterday that we needed to have done a proper due diligence, something that we have done when we were taking services from the municipalities, primary health care services, which I was involved in. We did a proper due diligence. We appointed people to do a due diligence, which will cover all aspects of the resources, the impact, and the logistics, how we are going to do that. I think that is what was lacking in this approach.
You were a chief director within the department?
Yes.
And You testified before the court that the decision to terminate the contract was taken by the executive. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you refer to this court that it was the executive, who are you referring to?
The executive is the HOD, the MEC as the head of everything in the department, and then the HOD together with his DDGs.
So
normally that's what we call the executive team.
So can you just assist the court here and give us a bit of a structure of the executive? The executive will be comprising of the HOD, the MEC, Ms. Kadani Mahlangu,
Yes.
the HOD, Dr. Silubano,
Yes.
the DDGs.
Yes.
Who were the DDGs at the time?
The DDGs will be the DDG Clinical Services.
What can you recall their names, perhaps maybe to assist the court?
At that time, when it was Mrs. Mahlangu as the MEC.
Okay.
The HOD was Dr. Silvano. The DDG Clinical Services was, although at that time I think he was acting, was Dr. Levete. And then the CFO also is part of the executive. He's the DDG, but we call him the CFO. It was Mr. George Mahlangu. And there was a DDG for corporate services, HR and corporate services, Mrs. Baloy. And then I think there was also a DDG for infrastructure at that time. Was I've forgotten the name, but there was a DDG for infrastructure also who was working with us.
And when you joined the project team,
yes,
did you establish before I got there, there's evidence by Dr. Levete that he was not part of the decision to terminate the contract. So which will then mean that from the executive, one DDG is out automatically. That's Dr. Levete. He testified before this court. He was not part and parcel of the decision to terminate the contract. So we've got one DG out. Did you gain any knowledge if DD George Mahlangu, the CFO, was part of the decision to cancel the contract with Life Esidimeni?
Advocate Sibar, the way these things worked as the executive, it depends also the way the MEC works. Previously, before the MEC Mahlangu,
yes,
the executive was working together with the MEC. I mean, they were working
with the political head.
Yeah, there was executive meetings where people will meet and make decisions, and all of us will support them. Myself as a chief director planning,
yes,
normally I will be asked to come into that meeting because of my portfolio.
Yes.
But I think because different executive authorities work differently.
Yes.
That kind of situation was not clearly visible when MEC Mahlangu was in. There was no separation between different executive meetings where everybody met with the MEC. I think he preferred to work with everybody. So
okay, no, sorry.
It was much more. She was much more. If she needed to meet people, she will meet everybody that needs to be in the meeting. It wasn't a separate executive, those kind of things. So I don't know what's happening, but normally decisions are taken by executive.
So in short, you are not sure if the CFO, corporate DDG,
yes,
and DDG infrastructure, they were part of the decision to
whether they sat together and made a decision. I can't have that kind of, because they might not have sat together. I don't know.
I am going to refer you, Ndate Mosinoki, to, with the leave of the court, my lady, to page 337. Sorry, 357, my lord, my lady, my apology. My lady, that will be the statement of Sophie Thelmali Nkwani.
Yes, does the witness have it?
Yes, I have it, Judge.
Yes, Mr.
My lady, I'll try my best. I'll start to count from the bottom of paragraph number 7, where it ends with the wording fired, going back upwards. That will be line number 5 from the bottom. It starts with the word from time to time.
Which paragraph now?
Paragraph 7, my lady.
Oh, okay.
The bottom of paragraph 7, it ends with the word in capital letter, fired. So we count from the word fired up to line number 5, which starts with the word from time to time, Dr. Manamela.
So it's line number 6. That is paragraph 7, line 6.
That's correct, my lady. Are you then, Mr. Musino?
Yeah, I see my name, Mr. Musenehu was also part of that meeting. Or
Okay, we can count from the.
Let him just read that the statement or that paragraph just to familiarize himself with what.
Please, the court, my lady.
Yes. Otherwise, if you just question him from the statement without him reading it, it might create problems. Mr. Musenohi, just have a look at the statement.
Okay, Judge. Yes, I've read it.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Musinoki, there's a statement by Ms. Linkwani that from time to time, Dr. Manamela would tell us that it was a mandate and we had to comply.
Yes.
I recall in your evidence before this court that there were times where you testified that you had to speak about your frustrations in the prayer meeting. You had to talk to your comrades, you recall?
Yes.
Will I be correct that it was a very frustrating environment to be in?
Yes, it was.
And Dr. Manamela will advise me that she herself, she was working under extreme pressure from the MEC, and yourself and her would pray together on your way to the NGOs. Do you recall that incident?
I don't recall it, but I'm a prayerful person, and she's also a prayerful person. So I think we will have done that because we normally used to pray.
And according to Dr. Manamela, she instructs me that you were asking for the intervention of Almighty because the two of you were working under extreme pressure. You had sleepless nights to make sure that the mental health care users are transferred in a properly and cordially manner.
Yes, it was a time-pressured atmosphere.
And she advises me that that pressure was coming from the office of the MEC.
Yes.
And she advised me, which information was confirmed by Dr. Mkachwa in his evidence, that in one of the meetings, that was in the Waverley meeting, which you attended, where family members begged the MEC not to terminate the contract of Life Esidimeni. The MEC told the family members that the decision to terminate was done and it's not going to be fair. Do you recall?
I recall, I actually said in my evidence that it was a very chaotic and very difficult situation. You remember I said,
yes,
I started the chairing of that
yes.
meeting, but I could not cope with the way people were so angry about
yes.
the decisions that we have made. Yes, I recall that.
And in that meeting, the MEC told the family members that she's not closing Life Esidimeni, but she's cancelling the contract. And if the families wants to keep them,
Ndlovu, please don't distract the meeting. I don't know what you are trying to do. Please.
It's really bleeping, Melody. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I hold instructions that that in that meeting, the MEC told family members if they still want their persons to be kept at Life Esidimeni, they can do that at their own cost. Do you recall?
Yes, I recall the sentiment towards that. I might not recall the in verbatim how we structured it, but that was the essence.
And it is in this meeting, Mr. Musinoki, that the MEC told the family members that in Brazil, families keeps their own mental health care users at home and they look after them. You recall?
I don't recall the actual way, the actual Brazil example. It's a long time ago.
I understand that, Musinoki. And let's go to, when we are on that page, it is my instructions that Dr. Manamela was working under strict instructions from the MEC and the mandate to make sure that patients from Life Esidimeni were transferred come the 30th of March 2016.
Yes, that was the mandate that we were given.
And you were given that mandate. It was an obligatory mandate. If you don't comply, it's either you leave the department. That is my instruction.
They didn't use that word to me, but that was the mandate that we need to deliver. That's why I had to bite myself and in the middle of the night write that request for extension.
And my instructions are that the extension you requested to the MEC was born out of the discussion yourself had with the planning team, which you were the project leader. You yourself and the project members sat down and discussed the way forward in view of the fact that you had limited time.
Yes.
And it was decided that yourself, you should write a letter for extension to the MEC. Is that correct?
Yes. It was out of the discussions and also my own personal observations and also my interaction individually and also collectively with members of the team that it will not be possible.
And I hold instructions from Dr. Manamela that she was in agreement with you. In fact, yourself and her had a direct conversation together about the time frames of the 31st of March, that they were not feasible in view of the fact that constructions were not completed in other NGOs, and the number of the mental health care users to be transferred.
Yes, I think it's contained in the letter that I wrote. I did clarify the issues that were raised by my colleagues.
I'll take you to paragraph 8 of the same page, my lady, the statement of Nkwane.
Okay.
I just want you to read the paragraph. Are we together, Ntatemsino?
Yes, I've read the paragraph.
Just write the first line there of the paragraph. My interactions with the former MEC was minimal. In the times that I attended the meetings, she was bully and pushy. Did you experience that, Mr. Musinovi?
I will not interpret it the same way, but she's a kind of person who is very boisterous, you can't escape her, and when she makes a point, she makes sure that you understand what she says.
You said you can't escape her.
Yes.
Will that, in your view, amount to pushing?
Yes.
In that very same paragraph, Mr. Musinoki, Ms. Linkwane confirms that in one of the meetings...
Just before we proceed, Mr. Ziba, the context here for the purpose of the record, you are taking she. Who is this she, Mr. Musinoki?
Dr. Mrs. Mahlangu.
The former MEC.
Yes, former MEC.
Just a second.
Thank you, Malid.
Continue.
On the same paragraph, Ms. Linkwane went on to say that I was also at a meeting where Mr. Dani Mahlangu asked Mr. Musinoki if he is a spokesperson of Life Esidimeni when he proposed that the Gauteng Department of Health should buy Life Esidimeni and to be controlled by the provincial department. Ms. Mahlangu said that Life Esidimeni is making money out of the department, so you must be careful. Do you see that one?
Yes.
And do you recall the words of the MEC?
I think in the context of what she was saying, it was that altercation that I had with her in terms of the tariff increase for Bane. That was the altercation. I think maybe she doesn't remember clearly. That was that altercation where I insisted that we should grant Life Esidimeni that tariff so that we don't transfer the children from Bane. That's how that statement of the spokesperson came through.
And from the words of Ms. Linkwane, the MEC warned you to be careful.
I don't remember because I was also boiling at that time, but I remember that she called me a spokesperson. I seems to be a spokesperson of Life Esidimeni. That's why I became angry also.
And how can you describe the mood in this meeting, Tate Musinoki, which you attended, where you ended up being very, very angry?
It was because of, I think it was a very tension-filled meeting.
Come again?
It was a tension-filled meeting where she was angry and I was angry, and where all the other people their heads were down, and it was a very difficult meeting. I could only cool up after somebody said it's enough.
And the evidence before this court that was done by Dr. Libeti that Ntate Musinoki is enough. And you testified before this court, Ntate Musinoki, that something which propelled your energy is as a result of your personal family experience.
Yes.
You want to go there? My lady, I'm not sure if we are moving on. I see it's 1 minute to 11. I want to move to a certain page, which I'm going to pause.
Won't you finish that part before 11:15? Because in fact, we should take the break at 11:15.
Let's move on, my lady.
Okay.
Mr. Musinoki, I'll take you to page 507.
Yeah.
507 is the statement of non-neighbor Cynthia Sinello. It's a long paragraph, my lady. That's why I was a bit, but it's fine. We can cover this paragraph with the 15 minutes.
Which paragraph is that?
Paragraph, just a second, my lady. Paragraph 6, 507, paragraph 6.
Okay.
And
shall I read it?
Yeah, read it for yourself so that you can contextualize the content of the paragraph. Are you done, Tatam Smith?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll read out this paragraph, part of the paragraph. We were always concerned about the fact that the strategic plan was not being followed. And Dr. Manamela would always tell us that the MEC wanted to see patients being discharged at the end of June 2016. You see that one?
Yes.
It would seem that this end of June was after the extension of 3 months. Can you see that one?
Yes.
You can see the wording of this paragraph, Mr. Musinoki, that once again, Dr. Manamela emphasized the demand and the instructions of the MEC. Is that correct?
Yes.
Whether by hook or crook, end of June 2016, patients should be discharged. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that the impression that you gained when you engage with the MEC?
When we engaged with the MEC, it was always the issue of how far are we, and we will report in terms of the work that we are doing. We'll give a report. The mental health care unit will give their report in terms of progress, and then infrastructure will give the report in terms of how we are and noting the challenges that are there. But basically, I think the main thing is that what was driving me and most of us was that the deadline was no longer negotiable.
It was no longer negotiable, Mr. Mosinoki, if I get your evidence correct. You had an obligation and a mandate, instructions to make sure that you reach the deadline of the end of June.
Yes, because from my perspective, we also were dealing with another partner. The partner has been given termination notice.
Yes, that is Life Esidimeni.
And people are resigning at that partner because they have to look for other work. They were not waiting to be retrenched. So it was a difficult thing. If you don't achieve the deadline, what happens to the patients?
And will I be correct from your statement, just to borrow from your words, you were generally concerned with the patients that Life Esidimeni's contract has been cancelled. We should make sure that those people are looked after.
Yes, because for me, the interpretation, because if it was another government department, we will not have a worry, even if we are not able to achieve. But Dr. Mkocha and Life were stressing the issues that they have to cancel their contracts of security, garden services, cleaners. You know, they were contracted.
Yes.
Some outsourced services. So yes, you have to give them notice. And so basically it means at the end of June, there won't be people to cook for the patients. There won't be cleaners. There won't be security. They're left to log. So for me, that was the pressures that we were encountering.
How did you cope with such a pressure, Dr. Msino?
By God's grace.
And that is exactly the words which I got from Dr. Manamela when I was consulting with her. How did she cope with this massive pressure? She advised me that if it was not for Mr. Mosinoki, I'm not sure if I would have coped. Will I be correct that you were a pillar to Dr. Manamela?
Yes, and the team. And the team.
Yes. Will I be correct with that analogy?
They'll always cry to me also.
So why were they crying, Dr. Msinoki? To you?
They were under pressure, and they could see, I understand the pressure that they have.
And they were under pressure from who?
From the work that they needed to do.
Mr. Msinoki, let me just, as a word of reminder, yesterday you had difficulties to answer a very pertinent question which needed you to name a name of the MEC. This court is sitting here, Tate Mosinoki, on behalf of the South African public. They want to know what happened. And it is important for you to answer questions, no matter how difficult they might be. I recall you testified that there was a statement you made that government senior managers should stand up to politicians. Do you recall?
Yes.
I think it is high time now, Mr. Musinoki, that you should stand up and be counted once again. You have done a good job so far, and I implore you to do the same. Is that correct?
Yes.
You testified now that Manamela and their team would come to you crying because of pressure. I'm going to ask you a direct question. Who was giving them pressure?
The executive authority, MEC.
You said the MEC?
Yes, the executive authority. That is the MEC.
I hold instructions indeed that they were getting extreme pressure from the MEC. Dr. Manamela advises me that in one of the meetings she attended in your presence, when you were doing the briefing to the MEC told the team that whomsoever is not prepared should leave the department. They will be fired. Is that correct?
I don't remember the exact words, but it might have been used, but I don't remember. I don't recall.
And that is as well echoed by Ms. Linkwani in paragraph 7 of her statement, which I've referred you supra above. That I'm going to just read it back. I suppose you still have it in your mind. There's no need for you to go back.
Okay.
In the MEC meeting that I attended, she said, if you are not doing your work, you will be fired. This is a member of your team. And she's echoing the words of Dr. Manamela that the MEC told her and her team in that meeting that if they're not doing their job, they're going to be fired. And you were present in that meeting.
Yes, but I don't remember those words. But the MEC is that kind of person who's very, she's a very, what can I say? She's a person who leads from the front, you know, she wants her own way.
It's her way or the highway, is that correct? She wants her own way. I'm borrowing from your word, Dademsino.
Yes, you can say that.
Thank you. So, shortly, Mr. Musinoki, when you look at the statement of Ms. Linkwani, which you have confirmed, the version of Dr. Manamela, and your member of the team, these are civil servants who were relying on their jobs to put bread on the table. Is that correct?
Yes.
Words of this nature will come very chilling to someone's spine and highly intimidating and frightening. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Dr. Manamela instructs me, Mr. Musinoki, that she was not spared. These are the words which were used to her by the MEC that if she doesn't do her job, she's going to be fired. And that is after the MEC, when she joined the department, fired the former HOD, Dr. Gottsnell. Do you know that incident?
Yes, I know that Dr. Gottsnell was not retained, yes.
And Dr. Silubano was then replaced him.
As acting HOD and then became HOD, yeah.
And the pattern which was created is that indeed the MEC can fire. He had fired the former HOD, is that correct? She had fired the former HOD, is that correct?
Yes.
You testified that the MEC, the former MEC, she was doing things on her way. Recall, just 2 minutes ago, is that correct?
Yeah.
Does that echo the evidence or the version of Ms. Linkwani that she was bullying and pushing?
I will not describe it the way she has described it. It's a different interpretation, but I think she was she's a strong woman.
Can you categorize her as a difficult leader?
Very strong and very difficult personality to deal with.
Thank you. I cannot say it more than you. Fair enough. In the very same page, my lady, page 507 of Ms. Sinelo's statement, paragraph number 6. It went on, my lady. I'll jump the other portions. It says that all concerns were raised with Dr. Manamela on Monday meetings, and she would write a report and send it to the MEC. She would always say that the MEC does not want to hear about concerns, but want to see action. Can you see that one?
Yes.
Did you experience this, Mr. Musinoki, that the MEC did not want to hear anything about consent, but she wanted product, she wanted action, she wanted the mental health care users to be moved by the end of June 2016?
That was the deadline that we were given. Because my interaction as a senior manager, I will also sometimes differ with her. But you take your chances when you differ with the MEC. You have to have your facts.
When you say you take your chances, can you assist the court in this regard? I'm curious on that one.
No, I mean you have to stand your ground also.
You have to be prepared.
Yeah, otherwise it becomes difficult for you.
In other words, you have to be sure of your facts. That's what
Yes.
it's what you're saying.
Yes.
As it please the court, my lady, I noted it's 11:15. Is that the opportune time, my lady?
Yeah.
Time is flying.
Have you finished the part that you want to finish in respect of this paragraph? Just finish everything so that.
Thanks, my lady. Let him comment on the paragraph which I've raised, that all concerns were raised in the meeting with Dr. Manamela on Monday meetings, and she would write a report to the MEC and send it to the MEC. She will always say that the MEC does not want to hear concerns and she wants to see action. Do you recall, Mr. Musinoki, that there were concerns raised by clinicians? You recall?
Yes.
The feeling I'm getting from Ms. Sinelo's statement is that the MEC would not even entertain those concerns. She wanted action.
Yes, but I think what they are talking about,
okay,
Mr. Sibaro,
yes,
because they were working directly with Dr. Manamela, so they will have their own mental directorate meeting.
Yes,
where they will raise issues with her. I think most of the statements reflect their interaction.
My lady, I'll go to. I propose that I go to page 578.
But before we go there, isn't it then that's where we can break now?
Yeah, we can break them, my lady. Thank you.
The page number is?
We are going to go to 578 when we resume, my lady.
Okay. 578.
That is the statement of Sophie Linkwane.
I think this is the opportune time for us to take the tea break. The witness is sworn.
I say, please, the court, my lady.
We will resume after 15 minutes.
May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you. The witness is reminded that he is still under oath. He always forgets his jacket.
I have the jacket, Judge.
You are reminded that you are still under oath. Mr. Sibara, you may proceed. You had just referred us to page 578.
That's correct, my lady. Mr. Mosinoki, that is the statement of Sophie Thelma-Linkwane.
Yes.
You know Sophie Thelma-Linkwane?
Yes, I know her. She's one of the team members of Dr. Manamela.
Thank you. I'll take you to paragraph 6. Just to emphasize the concerns which were raised by family members during the meeting at Waverley on the 29th of January 2016. Are you in that?
Yes, I'm in that paragraph.
My lady, I don't see the need of reading the paragraph because it's self-explanatory.
Okay.
I as well touched it sometimes during the questions. Mr. Mosinoki, this paragraph, again, one of your team member emphasized the concerns which were raised by family members on the 29th of January 2016. These were direct concerns raised to the MEC. This is the meeting which yourself, you're struggling to control. Do you recall?
Yes.
I just want to go back to your evidence, Mr. Mosinoki. You testified, if I recall, it was during cross-examination by my colleague, Advocate Badlander SC. You testified that you were the only member or the senior member who raised concern directly with the MEC. Do you recall?
In terms of the project.
Yes.
Because I was obligated to do that as the head of the project, yes.
Oh, yes. So my question was going to develop on that. My instructions are that by Dr. Manamela, part of the reason why you were the project leader is because of the structure of the department. You were the chief director. Then
Can I ask people not to please put off your unmute yourself? You are disrupting the proceedings, please. We can't proceed this way.
Thank you, my lady. According to Dr.
Who are those? I didn't even check who are these people because I mean, even yesterday I had some problems.
Yes.
Okay, continue.
Thank you. According to Dr. Manamela, Mr. Mosinoki, you were appointed the project leader. Reasons being that, one, you successfully closed Selby. Two, you were a chief director. And in terms of the reporting line, you were mandated to be the mouthpiece of the project team. Is that a proper analogy?
Yes, I was appointed because I was given one task and I completed it on time. That is the Selby Park part.
Yes.
And also, I was appointed, that's my understanding. Yes. Because I don't know, maybe MEC will be able to say why he appointed me. But also, I worked in the office of the HOD because the chief director project planning report directly to the HOD. He was not reporting according to the DDG and upwards. So I was part of his support part of his support administration as the HOD. So, but also I think because of the work that I have done and my experience as a senior manager, I think that was why I was asked to come and assist.
Thank you. So, no one can put a blame to either Dr. Manamela, Ms. Sinelo, Ms. Linkwani, and other members of the team that they did not raise consent to the MEC simply because you were the project manager, you were conveying the message of the team. Is that correct?
Yes, we worked together, and if the issues of consent were supposed to be made known to the HOD or to the MEC, I will convey them as far as the project is concerned.
I've noted your answer, Mr. Msinoki. Mr. Msinoki, I think it is important that the paragraph I referred to in page 578, paragraph 6, it should be captured into the record. I'm going to read it into the record. On the 29th of January 2016, I attended the meeting whereby the former MEC, Mr. Dani Mahlangu, addressed the family members. In that meeting, the families raised concerns about the closure of Life Esidimeni and pleaded that Life Esidimeni should not be closed. MEC indicated that a decision has been taken already and cannot be reversed. Can you see that one?
Yes.
In your own view, as the project leader, you were part of this meeting of the you were part of the meeting of the 29th of January 2016. In your own view and your opinion and the experience you had with the family members of Life Esidimeni mental health care users, was it late to reverse the decision to close the institutions?
It could only be done by the MEC.
No. Oh, okay.
Just answer the question, was it late for it to be reversed? That is the question.
In January,
Yes.
it was not late.
And
Just a second.
thank you, my lady.
Continue.
You are sitting in that meeting, that the Msinoki, yes, your political head, saying the decision cannot be reversed. How did you take that statement?
At that time, I don't know whether I heard it that way, but because on the 12th of February, I did ask that this be extended. I took that if you give him enough reasons, he will be able to reconsider.
Yeah, no. We'll come to February. Let's
Yes.
just exhaust January a bit.
If I may, just Mr. Sibara,
Thank you.
I just want to ask Mr. Mosenogi just to listen to the question and answer what he's being asked.
Thank you, my lady.
Because I see now it persists. I mean, even yesterday, some of the things you find that he will answer.
Yes.
Please just be direct to the question.
Yes.
Okay.
Like
Maybe if you can repeat the
I will
question.
repeat, Mr. Msinoki. Like I advised you when we started that, remember, the country is waiting with bated breath. We need answers. This court, you are here to assist the court. Please. Okay. I'm going back.
The question was, if I may, how did you take the MEC statement that the decision cannot be reversed?
Yes.
As a person who has been sitting there in that meeting, that was the question. Was that your question, Mr.
That's
Sibara?
correct, my lady. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yes, Judge, it's because I don't remember the verbatim of that statement. So I will react only to what is written here.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
So if I react, it will be because of what is written, not because I heard it the same way.
let me then link the same statement with your request for extension.
Yes.
Why didn't you approach the MEC with the request that let's reverse this thing of Life Esidimeni cancellation? MEC, we've got a problem. Let's reverse this. It's not going to work.
In a way, I think my approach was going to do the same thing, because I was saying, let's extend this thing. Let's do it in phases. Let's buy alternatively one of the two facilities. So in a way, I was saying, let's consider other options rather than closing.
I really appreciate your efforts. As the
question is, why didn't you say to her, let's reverse the decision?
I didn't think about it in that
Come
way.
again?
I didn't think about it in that way. Yes.
You didn't think about it?
Yeah, I say I didn't think about it that maybe I should say reverse it in that approach. My approach was say, let's implement this in phases.
Did you have the powers to could have advised the MEC that let's reverse?
If I had the powers, I would have done that.
Did you have the powers?
I didn't have.
You were sitting in the in the HOD's office. You were reporting directly to the HOD.
Yes.
You had direct line to Dr. Silubano.
Yes.
Did it ever cross your mind to say, Dr. Silubano, we are heading for an iceberg. Let's reverse this. Let's not proceed with cancellation.
I think my thoughts were more on let's do it in another way, and that's what I discussed with Dr. Silubano. Let's look at alternative ways of doing the same thing.
Okay, let's accept that. In the very same paragraph which I referred you to, paragraph 6 of Ms. Linkwane's statement, it went on to say that she said she is not closing Life Esidimeni but terminating the contract with Life Esidimeni. Whoever still wants his or her family members still to be at Life Esidimeni can make their own arrangements, which will be at their own cost. I recall, Mr. Musinoki, that I'm getting a sense that any pertinent question which touches the words of the MEC, you summarily forget. Did you hear the MEC saying these words to the family members?
Yes, but that was not practical.
No, hold on. Let's leave the practicality part of it. Did you hear the MEC telling the family members that I'm not losing Life Esidimeni, I'm terminating the contract. Keep your family members at your own expense?
Advocate Sibar, this thing happened in 2015, 2016. So it's not that I'm deliberately forgetting.
I understand that.
I might interpret it differently from other people. It's not that I'm deliberately forgetting. It's something that has happened a long time ago.
Look, the same paragraph, I referred it to you when we were discussing the statement of Ms. Thelma Linkwan.
Yes.
Now we are at the statement of, we went to the statement of Ms. Sinelo. I was not tempted to capture it, but she has the same paragraph. Now we are dealing with the paragraph of Sophie Linkwan. These are three persons, your former team members who attended a meeting in your presence. The head of the project was sitting there, the project manager. Now the project manager is telling this court that I might interpret it the other way. Mr. Musinoki, what is it there in that paragraph which needs interpretation? Because these are simple, straight English words.
Advocate, at that meeting, you remember I described it the way it was chaotic and I could not even run that meeting. So my senses were also affected in terms of that. So if I don't remember, it's not because it is a deliberate not remembering.
I
remember what I have said to the MEC, and I remember also what she has said to me.
Mr. Musino.
Okay, just before you proceed, we hear that, just repeat that question, whether he heard the MEC saying. He has not yet responded to that.
Yes.
Let him answer that one now. Just read it again to him.
I want to do him a favor and read it again, my lady. Thank you. Let me go. She said she is not closing Life Esidimeni, but terminating the contract with Life Esidimeni. Whoever will want his or her family member still to be at Life Esidimeni can make their own arrangements, which will be at their own cost. Now, you can hear that statement, that the Musino, it does not need interpretation. Straightforward English, grade R. Did you hear those words?
I don't know how to answer it because those words were said, yes.
Mr. Musinoki.
But I will not be able to verbatim repeat them that I have heard them from the MEC, but I think those are the words that were said.
Mr. Musinoki, last night you gave me a bit of sleepless night. After my senior advocate Van Bergen asked a simple, straightforward question, which demanded a simple answer, which the judge intervened to request you to answer because you did not want to answer. Because that answer you were supposed to give, you were supposed to give the name of the MEC. Do you have difficulties to answer questions which has got the name of the MEC? You can assist us here now, because I'm a bit worried.
No, I don't have any difficulty. As long as I remember it clearly.
The reason why I'm doing this, Mr. Musinoki, is that throughout your evidence in chief cross-examination, when information pops up which does not affect the name of the MEC, you are glad to answer, elaborate, you take us to town, and you become very comfortable with that. But when the MEC is touched, you have anxiety. You get worried. Yesterday, you were at pains. I could even hear your answer was difficult to come out, Mr. Musinoki. Can you assist us there? It is your own conduct which is deriving this.
Ms. Ramaimela?
Can the court please protect Mr. Musinoki from Mr. Sibara's diagnosis of anxiety when he's not a clinician himself?
Yeah, okay, Mr. Sibara, please just be mindful of your words.
Please, the court.
Mr. Musonekhi, I still want you to answer this question. Do you have an answer or you don't have an answer? I don't understand. This question that was asked to you, did you hear the MEC saying those words in that meeting where you were? That question was repeated many times. I don't understand your question. We are asking you.
Okay, I will say yes.
Finally, thank you, Mr. Musinoki. Finally.
Continue.
I'm tempted, Mr. Musinoki, to...
Please be mindful of your words. I don't want Mr. Musinoki has been testifying. You seem to be, you started well, but now, I don't know, please.
I withdraw the words, my lady. I'll stick to the legal words.
Yeah, I just want him to be at ease. Nobody's going to do anything to him.
You recall that there were concerns during cross-examination by my senior advocate Van Bergen. He touched about the concerns raised by clinicians. That is Dr. Musa. You'll pardon me with maybe
yes. It was Dr. Musa and who?
Professor Musa, my apology, my lady. Professor Musa and Dr. Madioche. Yes. It was put to you. I'll try my best to recall the words of my senior advocate Van Bergen SC. In spite of the warnings by the clinicians, concerns by the family members, concerns by SADC, who insisted that the department forges ahead with the cancellation of the contract. This is where the trouble started yesterday. That was the question of my senior. Do you recall?
Yes.
And I don't recall you giving a pertinent answer to that. Can you assist this court today? I was eager to ask this question yesterday.
What is the question now?
The question is, in spite of all this warning, concerns by the family members on the 29th of January 2016, concerned by NGOs, SADCs, and others, concerned by clinicians who are part and parcel of your planning team, who insisted that cancellation and transfers of patients must go on.
Is the MEC?
100% answer. You testified yesterday that there were concerns which the clinicians raised, which you took them, and there are others which you did not consider. Recall that one?
Yes.
Can you assist the court here now? Which concerns did you take to heart? Put them in your implementation plan. Can you assist us?
What I meant, Advocate Sibara,
Yes.
was that the first concern was that I made sure that they get involved in the project.
Yes, you gotten involved. Yes, wonderful.
I got them involved so that they could also, in an indirect way, able to have a meeting with the MEC as part of the project.
Okay.
Because they have always requested meetings with the MEC, but it was not forthcoming. So those are the two things that made me to be, but also I got them involved because of their specialty. It was actually their task. It shouldn't have been given to me because they know the patient far better. They know the field far better than myself. And also in their contribution, we accepted their contributions, especially the contribution in terms of profiling of patients, working together with the clinicians from Life Esidimeni in terms of assisting us to know who has to go where. I think that's what we debated. In one of the minutes, it will be reflected that is the task that we discussed, and it was approved that through the DDG clinical services, they need to be able to work with the clinicians in Life Esidimeni to assist us.
Mr. Musinoki, I gathered your answer a bit. I think it will be fair that I refer you to the concerns raised by Professor Musa. My lady, I'll refer this court to page 36625.
Yes,
yesterday. Together, my lady. My lady, I'll specifically refer the court to paragraph 7. Paragraph 7, you can just capture it. I think, my lady, it ends, it has got, well, how many bullets? 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6. The other 3 bullets are in the corresponding page, which is page 36627.
Okay, that's fine.
Did you get the page and the paragraph, Mr. Musinoki?
Yes, Dr. Sibar.
Yeah, doctor. Okay. Let's go to the bottom of paragraph 7.
Yes.
Above the bullet. I objected to the envisaged termination of contract based on inter alia the following. Are you there?
Yes.
I'll ask you to read those points, and
I've read them.
You have read them. Thank you.
Yes.
If you look at the concerns which Professor Musa captured in this statement, which of the concerns did you take to heart and implement them yourself as the project leader?
This one was more policy concerns.
Okay.
Which only the MEC could implement.
And do you recall that Professor Musa and Dr. Madikwe,
yes,
endeavored, tried to get the audience of the MEC, and they did not get the meeting?
Yes.
So you are saying these concerns which are captured in this statement, they were beyond your jurisdiction, but there were policy considerations, concerns which the MEC could arrest. Is that correct?
Yes. What I was saying,
okay,
that Desibara was that. That's why I needed them in my team, so that maybe when we are with the MEC, they're able to raise those issues, and they did raise some of the issues with the MEC.
Look at the first bullet which Professor Musa raised. It would have ramifications in terms of the level of service the district could provide, as the Life Esidimeni resources as a facility to which we could refer patients would no longer be available at the district.
Yes, it's a fact that once you close it, it will not be available.
So this was this was a valid concern?
Yes, it was a valid concern.
Was it taken into consideration by the executive?
It was not.
And did...
Because it would have meant we reversed the decision.
Okay, thank you. Did Dr. Manamela had the powers to consider this concern?
No, she didn't have. Like myself, I didn't have that power.
The second bullet, it would result in a backlog of mental health care users occupying already limited beds in hospitals, and that's lead to a situation where no further patients can be admitted. Overcrowding.
Yes.
Once again, this is...
You remember, that's why I attached the letter of Radisha Suklal.
Yes.
Which was talking about overcrowding already.
So
in the general hospitals, overcrowding of psychiatric patients that needed attention.
You said you attached the letter by who?
Yesterday, I was referred to the letter that I attached.
Oh yes, the annexure.
Yes.
Okay.
That was talking about already we were experiencing overcrowding of patients in the general hospitals that needed to be referred to mental facilities.
And
That was highlighting that point.
That point, yes.
Yes.
The point of overcrowding.
Yes.
Professor Musa went on to raise concern. I'm going to put it to you now that Dr. Manamela confirms that these are concerns which were raised by clinicians in the meeting she held with the clinicians on the 4th of March, 2015.
Yes.
And she advises me that at the time you became the project manager in 2016, she educated you with regard to these concerns.
Yeah, also themselves, they raised those issues, the same issues.
Also, the clinicians raised those issues with you.
Yes.
And do you have any idea if these issues were escalated to the executive? You are in the office of the HOD. You are in the office of Dr. Suluban.
I think the memo that they wrote was also forwarded to the MEC.
Do you have any idea, Mr. Musinohi, why did the MEC did not arrange? You are free to answer this question in your own word. Why didn't the MEC arrange the meeting with this co-functionary of the department? Here we are talking about clinicians, highly educated people in terms of psychiatry. Do you know?
I will not have an idea why she resisted meeting with them.
Just to borrow from your word, did she resist?
I say I will not have an idea why she has resisted meeting with the clinicians themselves, because they did request a meeting with the MEC.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. So the third bullet, which I want us to discuss, the only last bullet, it would require that the mental health care users either be sent home or to NGOs, the latter of which there were not sufficient numbers of in the Johannesburg district to cater for the number of mental health care users in question. Now, the professor is raising a very pertinent issue that here we don't have enough NGOs in Gauteng.
Yeah, in the Johannesburg district.
In the Johannesburg district.
Yes.
Were you aware of this?
That was a pertinent. It was a fact. It was factual, because he was the head of the psychiatric in the district. So it was factual. That's why you remember when I said that the beds that were planned were projected. They were not actual beds. And if you looked at Johannesburg, there was not much space in terms of for additional beds. That's why most of the people were directed to Tshwane.
Okay. Mr. Musinoki, these concerns were raised by Professor Musa way back on the 4th of March 2015.
Yes.
And the contract was terminated. The letter was signed on the 29th of September 2015.
Yes.
And my simple calculation is that the concerns were raised 6 months before the termination letter.
Yes.
The concerns.
Just a second, the 4th of March 2015.
Yes, the 4th of March 2015, my lady. From the 4th of March 2015 to 29 September, that was the date which the termination letter was signed. 29 September 2015.
Yes, continue.
And the executive were forewarned 6 months before the letter was signed for termination about the concerns which yourself are saying they were factual in Johannesburg. Is that correct?
Yes.
And notwithstanding these warnings, the termination was forged with. Is that correct?
Yes, the termination letter was written.
Just a second. I want you to, I'll refer you back to, I just want to step off this clinician's involvement a bit. I've just omitted a certain important aspect from the statement of Ms. Zanele Buthelezi. My lady, the statement is on page 1436. 1436. My lady. I'm going to ask Mr. Musinoki to go to paragraph 15. My apology, my lady. It just disturbed a bit of my sequence. I missed this question.
15.
Paragraph 15. It talks to the same meeting of the 29th of January 2016 at Waverley, where the MEC arrived late. Just read it.
Yes, sir. Okay.
I'm going to read it quickly. The paragraph, the line which I'm going to want you to react on, is just relatively the four lines on paragraph 15. In the January 2016 meeting, former MEC Mahlangu arrived 2 hours late for the meeting with the family. The family members were disgruntled and expressed their dissatisfaction. In my view, the former MEC was extremely arrogant, and I'm going to stop there. This is the meeting you attended.
Yes.
Was the former MEC arrogant?
I think that was her view. My view was that she's like that. She's boisterous. She's a very strong leader with. So some people may think that she's arrogant.
You used a word, maybe I didn't. You said she's boisterous.
Yeah, boisterous. Yeah.
Boisterous.
Yeah.
With my limited English, can you assist me? What does it mean?
She's outspoken. She's, yeah.
I've learned something today. Let's go on the very same statement of Ms. Buthelezi. My lady, let's go to page 1439. I'll wait for the quote, my lady.
No, I'm listening. Continue. Page
1439.
Yes, continue, because one have to scroll down.
Thank you, my lady. That is
paragraph
26. Just read paragraph 26 and that. Even though I can as well read it for you to save time. Let me just read it loud to the record. Okay. The process of transferring the patients picked up pace, and Dr. Linkwani and Ms. Sinello complained to us. They indicated that the process was a rush process, and that some of the NGOs were not ready to receive the mental health care users. They also complained that they were under instructions from Dr. Manamela. In respect of the former MEC Dani Mahlangu, they mentioned that everyone was afraid of her.
Yes, people were afraid of her.
Were you afraid of her?
Myself, no. Yeah, people were afraid of her, especially those who were not working close to her.
And Dr. Manamela advises me that she was very much afraid of the MEC. Did you gain that impression when you were working with her?
Yes, she will. Yeah, she was nervous all the time.
The poor doctor was nervous. Thank you, Ntademusinoki. Let's just quickly go back to bit of our sequence. We're still busy with the statement of Professor Musa, which is, my lady, page 36625. According to Professor Musa, my lady, in the very same page 36625, I'll quickly go to the paragraph in question, my lady.
Where do you get where do you get this fact that he's a professor? Maybe do you know him?
No, my lady. That is the instructions I got from Dr. Manamela.
Okay, because
Yes.
we are calling him Mr. You are the only one who's calling him professor. Okay.
No,
Yes, he's a professor.
Okay, no, that's fine. Thanks. It's confirmed.
Thank you, my lady. Thank you for that.
That's why I had to go down and look, but I can see the qualifications here. All
yes.
right.
Mr. Musinoki, if you go to paragraph number 6, a clinician head in the position of Professor Musa only heard about the termination of Life Esidimeni contract on the 4th of March 2015 at a meeting he had with other doctors with Dr. Manamela.
Yes.
Was it proper that a clinician head in his position would hear about this serious decision in a meeting of such a nature, in view of your experience as a chief director planning?
I think because he was the head of psychiatry, he should have heard it from maybe the HOD or the chief director of hospital services.
And in terms of how this termination was carried out, this meeting of the 4th of March was attended by clinicians, including Dr. Mudioki and others.
Yes.
This specialist clinicians and CEOs of hospitals, they heard about this termination on the 4th of March 2015 from Dr. Manamela.
Yes. At that time, you remember, Mr. Sibara, that I was not part of the
project. Yes, I know.
The picture at that moment.
Yes.
Yes. And Dr. Manamela was the head of the mental health services, but he was reporting to Dr. Mazamisa, who was the chief director of hospital services.
Yes. Okay.
So the head of the clinical services at that time was Dr. Livette.
Okay.
Yes, and then the HOD, who was also a clinician.
In view of the implication the decision to terminate Life Esidimeni would have with district hospitals, here we're talking about Vescopis, Streekfontein, Tara, Cullinan, and others.
Yeah, there were 4.
There were 4, yes.
Yes.
Was it proper that the CEOs of these hospitals were not part and parcel of the decision-making to terminate Life Esidimeni?
Yes, and maybe it should have also been done by senior management. team, because we always have a senior management meetings where
Yes.
issues of that kind will be discussed.
And if one was to borrow from the concerns raised by Professor Musa and how the information was communicated about the termination, was it proper that the executive took such a decision without involving the head of these strategic hospitals, which are going to be affected by the decision?
No, we should have involved them. The executive should have involved the people who are relevant to the task.
And you already told the court that the concerns which are captured in Professor Musa's statement were as well raised with you when you became the project manager, you recall?
Yes, they always reminded me of them. Actually, I had the memo.
Okay.
I think I was interacting with them, Dr. Madir, Dr. Musa, and several Dr. Park in Sterfontein, and the one in Vescopis. Yeah, I was interacting with them because I worked with them. I relied on them for professional advice.
You came in after the letter has been sent out of
Yes.
termination. You are an outsider from the executive, but you deem it fit to get the knowledge of these experts to advise you in this process. Is that correct?
Yes.
To advise your team. Is that correct?
Yes, I really depended on them.
And from the engagement you had with these clinicians, will I be correct that you could deduct that these experts were not part and parcel of the decision to terminate? Is that correct?
Yes, they were not part of. I don't recall them being part of the decision.
In view of the memorandum they wrote, the memorandum was self-explanatory. They were raising concerns. Is that correct?
Yes.
If they were part of the decision, it goes without saying that they were not going to raise those concerns. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mosinov. Let's go to, my lady, let's go to the same statement of Professor Musa, my lady, that I'm going to refer this court to page 36627. 36627, paragraph number 8. I am going to read it to save time. If I'll read it loud to you.
You may do that.
That's this document. Despite having raised concerns, Ms. Manamela stated that the instructions to terminate the contract came from the then member of the Executive Council, in bracket, MEC, Ms. Kedani Mahlangu. Once again, Mr. Misinoki, the answers which are given by Dr. Manamela at all material times when she's questioned about the cancellation, she reverted back that these are the instructions from the former MEC Kedani Mahlangu.
Yes.
Have you identified that for me?
Yes, she also briefed me accordingly.
She briefed you that the instruction to terminate was coming from the former MEC, is that correct?
Yes.
So
when I joined, but also the MEC also directed me, you remember, on the 5th of November.
Yes, she directed you to be the project leader.
Yes.
And now, in view of the answers which Dr. Manamela had given when she was confronted by Sophie Linkwani, Ms. Sinelo, now it's Professor Musa. She's reverting back and saying, good people, the decision to terminate the contract came from the member of executive, the former MEC. Can you see that pattern?
Yes.
It then creates a picture, Mr. Musinoki, that this was not an executive decision. It was an individual decision. From the answers she gave, I'm having a deduction that she does not even mention Dr. Siluban. She always said, no, this was the decision of the MEC.
Why do you say that, Mr. Sibaye? If I can understand.
If I can just rephrase my
because I don't want us to come with assumptions here.
Thank you. Mr. Musinoki, when you look at the statement of Sophie Linkwane, Ms. Sinelo, Ms. Linkwane, and at all material times, when they questioned Ms. Manamela, Dr. Manamela, that why are we not implementing the 2014-2020 strategy? This is a rush. She will tell them, no, the instructions are coming from the MEC to terminate. This is the exact words which Professor Musa used in this paragraph. Can you see that deduction?
Yes.
And my question is as follows, my lady. In view of your evidence that it was the executive decision to terminate, from all these statements, I'm gaining a sense that it was not the executive decision per se, but the MEC decision.
Does he agree?
Yeah, will my analogy be correct, Mr. Musino?
My approach, because I was a policy person.
Yes.
Normally decisions are made by the executive, which include the overall policymaker is the MEC. So
okay. Continue.
The overall policy person is the MEC as the political head.
Yes.
So nothing can be implemented without a concern or a agreement. So when I mention executive, it's because I'm talking on a policy space that you don't make a policy alone.
Okay.
Yes.
You testified today that when you joined the team, Dr. Manamela as well told you the exact words.
Yes.
That the termination was the decision of the MEC.
Yes, but in a policy way, it can't be one person deciding.
Oh, okay. No.
It needs to be an executive decision because you can't implement things alone.
You testified about the memorandum of Dr.
Madikwe. Dr.
Tebe
Madikwe.
Dr.
Madiwe.
Dr. Tebe Madiwe. Is that the memorandum dated the 29th of April 2015?
Yes, that one.
Okay. Just a second, my lady. I just want to follow the trail of my notes. Dr. Manamela advises me that she had constant engagements with Professor Musa, who developed a spreadsheet which informed the team, your team, on how to go about transferring mental health care users and how to go about to get NGOs. Did she convey that information to you?
Yes, I think I also sometimes attended their mental health care unit meetings. They did discuss about that kind of template.
Yes, you just put it in a very good word, the template. I want to quickly go to the template, my lady. just want to get the page. The page which my lady, I will refer this code to page 36642. Three 6642. Are you there, Mr. Musinoki?
Yes.
36642. It's an email communication between Dr. Madihwe and other clinicians. Do you see that one?
Yes.
And that is when he was inviting inputs from other clinicians. Can you note that one?
Yes.
My lady, I will request the court to go to page 36643.
Yes.
36643. Again, Tademu Musinoki, it's a letter by Dr. Madihwe. Email sent on the 28th of April 2015 to other clinicians, which reads as follows. On the top, it says, "Dear colleagues," can you see that one?
Yes.
I'll go, my lady, to paragraph 3, which starts with Dr. Manamela. That is the relevant part.
Yes.
Dr. Manamela has informed me that she and the HOD are meeting Life Esidimeni tomorrow. She has requested that we forward this letter ahead of that meeting. She also still supports our request for a meeting with the MEC. I therefore propose that we proceed as follows. Can you see that one?
Yes.
I remember this letter when this email was circulated. You were not a member of the team then.
Yes, I was not part of mental health at that
time. Dr. Manamela advises me that this is amongst others when you join the team. She schooled you on this. She educated you about the engagement she has been having with the clinicians. Do you recall?
Yes, that's why I say I had their memo.
And just to keep you up to speed of what was happening.
After.
Thank you. And you can see the paragraph which I want to emphasize that she also supports our request for a meeting with the MEC. Yes. This is what Dr. Manamela informs me, that she advises the clinicians that you better write a memo, direct it to me, Dr. Silubano, the MEC's office as well. I'll make sure that the memo reaches the MEC's office. She advises me that. Is that what happened?
Yeah, I think the memo did reach the MEC. Although I was not part of that, but I believe it reached because I did had a discussion with some of the Dr. Tebe, Dr. Musa. Yeah, they related the same.
So the memorandum we are referring to, it's at page 3664, but my lady, there's no need for us to go to that memorandum because it's common cause. The witnesses confirmed that.
Okay, it's fine. It is on page, that is the one dated the 29th of January.
36646.
36646.
366646.
Okay.
This
is where we were. Okay.
Yes, thank you, my lady.
Yeah.
I'm going to request, my lady, that the court goes to page 36653. 36653. Yeah, just to be more clearer, my lady, these are email conversations between Dr. Manamela and Professor Musa. Email conversation between Dr. Manamela and Professor Musa, my lady. For the court to follow properly, my lady, the email starts at 36652.
Okay.
The email, my lady, I'm referring to is dated the 15th of November 2015, addressed to Dr. Manamela by Professor Musa. This is the email, Mr. Musinoki, which talks about the template I referred to, and you referred to, and you assisted this court. Is that correct?
Yes, about the issue of the template, yeah.
Yes, it talks about the audit tool.
They called it audit tool, yes.
Yes, and your team at the time of transferring patients, educate yourself in line, amongst others, with the tool provided by Professor Musa?
They always discussed it, yes, and they used it in their work in terms of looking at the suitable NGOs.
My lady, I will take the court to page 36653.
53.
Yeah, 53. Yeah, let's just make it. It's called 53. Just a page below. It's an email, Mr. Musinoki, from Dr. Manamela on the 14th of November 2015 at 0538. Early morning. Can you see that one?
We start on 15 November, yes.
Yes, 15 November.
Yeah.
22 minutes to 6 in the morning. Can you see that one?
Yes.
Sunday. It would seem. Come again?
It was Sunday.
The date is the 14th. It's not the
14th
15th.
of November, 2015. At 22 minutes to 6, Sunday morning. Is that correct?
14 November. Yes, I can see the email.
It says, "Good day, Prof. Note that you sent it as a draft. We made additions, not in red place. Note and comment if possible. Please don't feel offended. We really appreciate what you are doing." I hold instructions from Dr. Manamela, Mr. Musinoki, that the team was working around the clock. They were working every day, even on Sundays, and even early hours of the morning, including yourself.
Yes.
This was informed because of the time frames you were given to make sure that mental health care users are transferred, and they are transferred properly. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the instructions I get from Dr. Manamela is that you yourself, you were hands-on. She would find you any time of the day, even in the early hours of the morning. Is that correct?
Yes.
My lady, I am going to take the witness to page 33165.
Yeah.
This is the evidence of Mr. Mukachwa before this hearing, Mr. Musinoke. In particular, I'm interested in the evidence which is located in page 33192. 33192, my lady. I made a mistake, my apology. 33192. 192. I am going to read it to you, Mr. Musinoki. That is the first paragraph, which starts with my surname. You testified before this court that on the 5th of October, 2015, you received 2 letters from the Gauteng.
Where is the
33195, my lady?
195, not 190.
So 192, my lady, my approach, 192, 192. 33192.
Come again, 33190.
33192.
2.
Yeah, 33192.
Yes, continue.
Thank you, my lady. I'm going to start to where my surname starts, my lady. You testified before this court that on the 5th of October, 2015, you received 2 letters from the Department of Health. But those letters were dated the 29th of September, 2015 as well. Even though they were received on the 5th of October, 2015, is that correct? The answer was in the affirmative. Mr. Musinoki, the engagement here with Dr. Mukacho was that on the 5th of October, he received 2 letters.
Yes.
One was for the termination, which was signed on the 29th of September 2015. The second letter was the negotiation of Baneng.
Okay.
Which was signed on the 29th of September 2015.
Yes.
Did Dr. Manamela advise you that when the contract was terminated, the HOD, Dr. Slubane, signed 2 letters, signed 2 letters, one for termination, one for contract extension negotiations with regard to Baneng?
Yes, I remember, but I didn't have, I don't remember the letter of Baneng, but I know that that was the issue at that time.
So the issue of Baneng continuing was discussed in September, or before September 2015.
Yes, the negotiations around it continuing. Yes.
I hold instructions from Dr. Manamela that when she heard of the termination of Life Esidimeni, before you became the project leader, she pleaded with Dr. Silubane, the HOD.
Yes.
That one, you must give Life Esidimeni 6 months termination notice. Secondly, you must retain Baneng.
Yes.
Did she tell you that?
I found that Baneng, that was the decision that was made at that time. as I was told. The only problem is the negotiations could not go according to what was decided on.
Hold on. Let's just be focused here.
Mm.
She told you that, one, she advised the HOD that the HOD must give Life Esidimeni 6 months notice termination. She advised you when you took over because already the notice was out. Secondly, she begged Dr. Silubano that, please, let's retain Baneng. Let's negotiate with Life Esidimeni and retain Baneng.
Yes, for a year.
For a year. Is that what happened?
That's what I found.
And you found that in place yourself, is that correct?
Yes.
And you found the department, Dr. Manamela and her team, they were already advising the executive that, executive, let's retain Baneng.
Yeah, because as I said, I found the work ongoing. I did not start afresh.
So exactly my point. Baneng discussion to save it started before you became a project manager.
Yes, that's what I have said all the time.
No. I'm coming there. It's okay. Yesterday, my learned colleague, advocate Van Bergen SC, gave you a trophy which you accepted that out of your own, you can be credited. You saved Baneng. And you said, yeah, Bo, I saved Baneng. And in view of the evidence you are presenting now, will I be correct that it was not your individual effort to save Baneng, but the team effort?
Yes, I never said it's my individual effort, but I was saying that in the terms of discussions, you remember in the meetings that we had with the MEC, they gave me to lead the negotiations in terms of the tariffs because we had difficulties with the tariffs in terms of Baneng. So I was leading that team in terms of the discussion. The point that led to the altercation was when the MEC could not agree on the tariff.
Okay.
That's where the issues came to a conflict because it meant that we needed to look for a space for those children. That's why we put our foot down.
Leadership, I think your representatives are going to object if I'm putting a version which is wrong to you. Since your evidence before today, it has been your evidence that I saved Baneng.
Yes, I did.
Hold on, I'm coming. You said, I saved Baneng. Then I'm putting it to you now. I'm giving you a picture that the Department of Health, under the leadership of Dr. Manamela, had already engaged with the executive that let's save Baneng even before you were appointed. And you acceded to that. You considered.
But it was not a fait accompli.
Listen to what I'm saying. Dr. Manamela and her team, before you could be appointed a project manager, they've already convinced the executive that, whoa, let's return Baneng. That is why, my apology, my land colleague is up.
Just a second, I've noted you.
My lady, with the greatest of respect to my little colleague, Mr. Sibara, Mr. Mosenukhi's version has been, he was the one who stood up in that meeting of the 29th of January 2016. And that's where the altercation with the MEC occurred, because it had to do with the issue of Baneng. The MEC was not amenable to agree to the tariff that Life Esidimeni wanted. She said it was too high. there was the issue of cross-subsidization, which he was trying to bring to the attention of the MEC that Life Esidimeni is correct when they want such a higher fee. If we are closing these two institutions, there won't be any cross-subsidization for Baneng. You will also recall, my lady, that Mr. Mosenuhu had said the work had already commenced. There were negotiations about the tariff. Now, because he was the new project leader, he had to lead those negotiations. So if it came across to my learned colleague that Mr. Mosenuhu was taking all the glory to himself, I beg to disagree, my lady, as the court pleases.
Mr. Sibara?
As it pleases the court, my lady, I'm quite certain that my senior advocate Van Berken is listening to this engagement. Before I respond, I'll with the leave of the court, I'll ask him to assist me in this regard, because I want to persist with.
Is he present, Mr. Van Bergen? Are you there today?
Even my other colleagues who were listening, he's here, my lady.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm not certain what Mr. Sibara would wish me to assist him with. If he can just clarify that for me.
Go there.
You are muted. Okay.
I'm back now. The supposition which I put to Mr. Mosenuhu was as follows. Throughout his evidence, he was showered with glory that he saved Baneng. It was out of his effort that Baneng was saved. Hence, Baneng was retained before he became the project leader. That is the emphasis. Before we can even go to the tariff, I'm still going to come to the portion of the tariff. Thank you.
Let's hear Mr. Van Bergen, and then I'll have to interject here.
My lady, I'm now speaking on my recollection and understanding of Mr. Mosenuhu's evidence.
Yes.
And I may not have the minutiae of his evidence completely correct. My understanding was that Mr. Mosenuhu had not referred to earlier efforts to save Baneng, to use that terminology. And my understanding was that it was because of his intervention with the MEC. Baneng was then excluded from the marathon project.
Yes, that was the evidence.
That, in a broad sense, is how I understood Mr. Mosenuhu's evidence. I don't know if that assists Mr. Sibara.
It does assist me, my lady.
Yes, but Mr. Let me. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thanks, my senior. Thanks a lot.
If we can go to Ms.
Let me go back to my learned colleague's objection.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
She will respond thereafter. It's fine.
The impression which has been created to this court during examining chief and his cross-examination was that he is the person who stood up against the MEC and protected Baneng from being terminated. That is the exact impression. However, now the picture then becomes different when Baneng was already saved before he became the MEC, sorry, before he became the project manager, because the letter was signed on the 29th of September 2015.
The letter regarding Baneng.
The letter regarding Baneng was signed by Dr.
The letter that you have just touched now.
Thank you, my lady. Was signed on the 29th of September 2015.
Negotiations.
Requesting that Baneng be retained. That is the letter which was received by Dr. Mukachwa. That is the evidence of Dr. Mukachwa, which is captured in page 33192. Again.
Just a second.
Thank you, madam.
3612.
36.
The letter is dated. Hey, you become excited, please.
Thank you, my lady.
Yeah, okay.
My lady, I'm a bit worried because...
No, we need to understand the evidence. Why do you become worried? Because you seem to be moving too fast. That's why I have to stop.
Just a second, my lady. I'm going to interpose a bit. I don't think it's a correct word to refer to a court official or being excited.
Okay, let's
I'm a bit
okay.
offended a bit.
It's fine. It's just that, but I had to calm you down so that you can just go with the correct pace. Yes.
My learned colleague in the background, she said correct. When the court makes
okay,
such
no, it's fine. That
I did not say correct. I said thank you because indeed you were going too fast. We are all trying to take note of what your objection is so that a proper response can be given. So please also quote me correctly.
I was under the impression that the correct was in the statement of the court that I'm a bit excited.
No. There was never an issue of the word of correct being uttered.
Okay. I got
okay.
you very
All
well.
right. Yes. Are you done now?
If I can just rephrase.
Yes.
Start afresh. In the slowest manner.
No, but we have captured what, unless you want to repeat it.
Thank you. If it's captured.
Because all what you are saying is that whatever he said in his evidence in chief and in his cross-examination by Mr. Van Bergen, that picture has been changed by the letter.
That's correct.
To say that Baneng was retained prior to him joining the project.
The project manager.
Yes.
That's correct.
That is the crux of. Let me hear you, Ms. Ramaimela. Do you want to respond?
Yes, indeed, my lady. I do wish to respond. My learned colleague, Mr. Sibara, has just confirmed to the court right now that the gist of his statement is that Baneng was retained. And my lady, I emphasize the word retained on 29th, I beg your pardon, by the letter dated 29 September 2015.
As per the letter.
As per the letter, my lady. And that is the basis of our objection.
Correct.
The evidence is quite clear. At that stage, when the letter was written, Baneng had not yet been retained.
Okay.
There were still going to be negotiations of the tariffs.
Okay.
Where Mr. Mosenuhi took over. And if Mr. Mosenuhi is accused of anything, is having taken over the baton that he was given and forged ahead, despite everyone being, as it was put, afraid of the MEC.
Okay.
Receiving all the complaints from the clinicians, from all the stakeholders, the families, and at that fateful meeting of May, standing up and being even accused of being a spokesperson of Life Esidimeni, my lady.
Okay, I think we'll get the answer will certainly be in the letter. If we look at the letter, can we look at the letter? Let me see. It's 4 minutes to 1 o'clock. We can take the lunch break now. We resume at 2 o'clock, and then while the two of you and Mr. Van Bergen look at the contents of the letter.
Yes. Before we go to the contents of the letter, I raised it with my colleague, advocate lead, the evidence leader, in the morning if he does have the letter in the case line.
Or if the letter is there, we don't have the letter.
I don't recall because I looked at the attachment of.
But what is it that you are saying is on page 36192?
No. 33192 is the confirmation. 33192. 33192 is the confirmation by
that there was a letter on the 29th.
It received on the 5th of October by Dr. Mkachwa.
Okay.
The letter was indeed received, my lady. It should not be an issue.
Yes, but if we had, I thought the letter was there because I said, I thought if the letter was there, that would clarify issues. But I see, can I hear Mr. Late before we
please, the court
break?
Yes,
Mr. Late?
That letter, Mr. Sibara did send me a photograph of a letter. That letter did not form part of our initial docket, and thus it will not form part of case lines. If you want to upload it to case lines as a
does he have the letter? Do you have the letter, Mr. Sibera?
Yes, my lady.
Possession.
I was sent a picture by my client. She's not here today. But however, my lady, if I can just not waste the court time, the letter was confirmed by Dr. Mkachwa that yes, we received the letter for request to extend banning. The issue is only whether out of that letter, whether Mr. Mosinoki was aware of that letter. It's not necessary for the court to bother itself with the content.
But we need to clear this because it goes to the credibility of the witness.
It's okay, my lady. I'll have it.
So that the witness can also familiarize himself with the letter and be able to respond.
Yes. So
yes.
I checked into case line throughout the whole week. I could not find that letter.
Okay.
So that's why I sent it.
No, just for that purpose, but this shouldn't prolong us.
Not at all.
Yes, but you can continue with your cross-examination. The point has been taken. What should happen is that the letter must be uploaded so that the witness can look at it and respond to what you have been putting to him.
What I'll do, my lady, during the adjournment, I can as well WhatsApp the picture to my colleague, Advocate Ramamel.
But we need the full
yes,
letter. If
yeah, it will be uploaded. That one will be uploaded. My land colleague, she's representing Mr. Mosinoki. Then I'll send it to her quickly. And I see my senior is
yes. Let's hear Mr. Van Bergen also.
I had been waiting on Mr.
Just a second, Mr. Ramamel.
Yes, my lady. My lady, you will recall this court has persistently asked that all documents that parties are going to rely on during cross-examination must be timeously made available so that all the people can have regard to those letters and take instructions. Now we're in the middle of cross-examination, documents are being introduced. We can't consult with our client and take instructions on that letter.
And it's also very dangerous. I mean, because now, I mean, we have moved from that evidence.
Yes,
Mr. Van Bergen has been continued with his cross-examination. Evidence has been led. Now, Mr. Sibera, I don't know, but it appears as if he has been looking for the letter on case line. I don't know. That's what he's saying.
But my lady, Mr. Sibera just now is on record saying he has been looking for that letter for over a week. So Mr. Sibera has been aware of the existence of this letter before the week that he started searching on case line. Why could he not be courteous and say, here is the letter, Mr. Late, it may be on case line, but just ex abundante. I am going to rely on this letter, make it available.
My lady, I really appreciate my colleagues' concern that the court raised it that we should upload documents before the documents could be referred to. Once again, this very same court warned us from uploading documents without permission, without engaging the evidence leader to avoid duplications. The court will realize what happened yesterday with my senior advocate Van Bergen. Page numbers have changed automatically on the case line because documents were uploaded without the permission of the court. And once again, there has been a situation where documents were uploaded immediately when the issue became confrontational, when cross-examination was proceeding. I recall quite vividly that my senior advocate holders cross-examined on the document before tea time, and it was uploaded during tea time.
Was that not the reason why I said documents must be uploaded in advance? Because I wanted to avoid that situation.
And one other thing, my lady, is that
we can't, Mr. Sibera, this can't be an excuse, and we can't keep on doing things that way. I mean, I've already made a ruling to say documents must be uploaded so that witnesses shouldn't be caught by surprise as what is happening.
My lady, just to save everyone's time, I am not going to refer to that letter anymore. We are going to leave it.
I'm worried about the credibility of the evidence that has already been led. But before we finalize this, I want to hear Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, perhaps this matter can be cut short and resolved by Mr. Sibara forwarding the letter by WhatsApp to both me and Ms. Ramaimela, that we see what the letter states. I don't have a copy of that letter, and perhaps we can...
It also goes to the evidence that you cross-examined on yesterday, because this point emanated from your cross-examination yesterday. Even though it was also there.
Yes, it was dealt with more.
I can't hear.
My lady, it was referred to obliquely in my cross-examination.
Okay.
But my cross-examination was premised on my understanding of what Mr. Mosenogi's evidence on the issue of Baneng had been. I suggest that the letter be provided to us, and that Ms. Ramaimela must obviously decide how she wishes to deal with it. Mr. Sibara has indicated that he does not wish to take the matter any further, and that the court's time perhaps not be taken up any further by this.
Yes, okay. But in any event, should that, even if that letter can be provided between the two of you, what I'm saying is that we should refrain from continuing like this, because the court has already made a ruling to say documents should be uploaded in advance to avoid situations like this arising. On that note, the court will take a lunch adjournment. The witnesses want.
Has her hand up. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Come again?
Ms. Kota has a hand here.
Ms. Kota has her hand up.
I didn't even see that. Yes, Ms. Kota.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I would like to agree with Mr. Sibara on the issue of uploading documents. There are documents that I've sent to the investigating officer, who I believe is working with the evidence leader, that we will use when I lead my witness, Rochelle Gordon. And I've noted that to date, those documents are not uploaded yet on case line. So this topic of uploading documents, if the court can clarify it for us, my lady.
Did you discuss that with the evidence leader? You see, what I'm saying is they must be uploaded in advance, meaning we shouldn't wait for the witness to be in the witness box, to be cross-examined or to lead evidence for a long period.
Yes, my lady.
Right? And then you come up with things like this.
But if, my lady, that can...
If it is in advance, I don't have any problem. But those arrangements should be done in advance with the evidence leader. So you have got a problem.
Yes.
Did you ever discuss that problem with the evidence leader?
Yes, my lady. We've been discussing this. Yes, my lady. Yes.
Mr. Late?
Mr. Late is raising his hand there.
Yes, let me hear him.
My lady, my learned friend should not send any documents to the investigating officer. He doesn't work with me. He's in his own office, and we had troubles with each other's email addresses. Like I also had problems with my email address with your clerk. My learned friend should send the documents directly to me.
But why were the documents sent to the investigating officer, Ms. Coker?
The understanding, my lady, is that the investigating officer works on the documents and he submits the documents to the evidence leader, because the documents that we intend uploading are we're correcting something on the affidavit of my client, and Mr. Late is aware of that. I've discussed that with him as well.
I don't have any problem with that, but if you have the documents, how does the investigating officer come into the picture? Because unless you say to me you requested the documents from him, they were with you, and then they are now being forwarded to the evidence leader. Because when this agreement or the ruling was made, there was no mention of the investigating officer. The understanding was that documents, before the documents could be uploaded, you have to liaise with the evidence leader. That's how it was.
May I ask what documents Ms. Coker are talking about?
The attachments to the affidavit of Rochelle Gordon.
Yes, but those are already uploaded on case lines with her statement.
Mr. Late, there are documents that are not correct annexures, so we want to bring the correct annexures before the court.
I'll have a look at that.
Sorry?
You can just phone me during our lunch break and we'll see.
Okay, all right.
Please sort this out with the investigating the evidence leader.
As the court pleases, my lady.
Thank you very much.
My lady, sorry to interpose. With the leave of the court, may I request Advocate Lee to assist me with uploading? I'm very poor on doing this. I don't want to tamper with case line. I've sent him the letter. It says 2-page letter. It's straightforward, my lady. If there's any difficulty, I would liaise with him.
But isn't it? We said this should be resolved among yourself between Miss Ramaimela and yourself. I don't know whether how you would prefer. You said you would send it to her.
I've sent it to her, my lady, already.
Oh, okay. No, just you can talk to Mr. Late. Okay.
It's fine, my lady.
Okay. The court will take a lunch adjournment. It's now, is it 1:10? Is it your hand, Mr. Late, or did you forget to put it down?
No, I forgot to take it down, my lady.
Okay. The witness is warned. We're taking the lunch adjournment. We'll resume at 2:10. Thank you very much.
May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you. Afternoon.
Afternoon, my lady.
Yes, has the problem been resolved?
Yes, my lady. We managed to arrest the problem. What I'll do, and I propose to my learned colleagues, in the interest of all the parties, I'll rephrase my questions to the witness and redirect him to the letter in question. My lady, I'm going to read the letter, the content thereof, into the record. Is very short. I've sent it to a number of colleagues, those who are on my list, including Advocate Badlender SC, Advocate Govender for Ms. Mahlangu, because Advocate Hodas is not available. Unfortunately, I did not have the numbers for others. Even Advocate Van Bergen, I've sent him the letter. So I forwarded it to your register so that if needs be.
Couldn't you arrange with Mr. The evidence leader?
Yes, I did arrange with him. I've sent it to him via email. He was in the process of trying to upload it.
Okay.
Yes. So, my lady, for the interest.
Let me hear what Ms. Ramaimela is going to say first.
Thank
yes.
You,
thank you, my lady. My lady, I didn't hear what her ladyship said. Our speaker was off. So if you can just. No,
I just wanted to know whether the problem has been resolved or not. Oh, and how did you go about? So he was explaining.
Oh, okay. My lady, nevertheless, I also have a request to make to the court. You will remember when Mr. Sibara asked for Mr. Van Bergen's assistance about his recollection on what the witness had said, and the court also asked our colleagues who were on attendance what the witness had said. So I just wanted to ask the court's leave that I direct the court to the relevant page where what I had said was Mr. Mosenuhu's version is clearly set out. He has testified when he was being led by Mr. Late. So,
okay, all right.
When he's cross-examined,
you can do that, but in any event, that doesn't necessarily mean that the court didn't know what was said, because of the fact that I just wanted to give Mr. Van Bergen the chance, because Mr. Sibara is the one who asked that he clarifies him. But the fact of the matter, we have got the evidence on record.
Yes,
but I'll just give you that latitude. Let me hear what Mr. Late wants to say. Would like to say, Mr. Late.
My lady, I already uploaded the documents that Mr. Sibara sent to me on case lines, but it takes some time to get message through to the people.
Yeah, I think this thing of uploading documents, I think I've explained it. I'm not going to allow anyone to do that anymore, because we are agreed that documents must be uploaded in advance so that the witness shouldn't be caught by surprise. I hope I'm clear. I don't want someone to come and say, because you are allowed Mr. Sibara on such a day, then this should be precedence. It's not going to happen. Yes, Advocate Ms. Ramaimela, Mr. Sibara, I'll give you the chance. Let me say.
Thank you, my lady. If I can then just direct the court to page 345. No, I beg your pardon. Let me start. 34577. And if the court can just go to line 11.
Just a second for me. I just.
The court read it, my lady.
What happened here now? Yeah.
My lady, is the court.
I'm trying to get into case line. Just a second, please.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, continue. I'm on the page and line 11. I can see.
Yes, my lady, as the court pleases. the court will notice that that's Mr. Lade asking, what I wanted was the exact circumstances that led to the agreement that Baneng will not be closed together with the rest of Life Esidimeni. And then there's court, okay, Mr. Mosenugi, then there's Mr. Mosenugi. Thank you, Your Worship. I might not be able to explain the circumstances because I did come into the project a later stage. So I might not know what led to the issue of Baneng not being closed at the same time. But I know that at the first executive meeting that I have attended with the MEC, it was confirmed in principle that we shall leave Baneng, should be left now. And I think it was because of that was my view, that it was because of the motivation of the mental health directory. It has to be directorate, Malay. I think Dr. Manamela will be able to respond much more adequately in terms of that. But there are several other instances, my lady, which we can take in through re-examination. The only reason we are asking for this indulgence is so that when it is put to him what he said, the evidence that he has put before this court must be accurate, as the court pleases.
Thank you very much. On that note, Mr. Sibara, you can continue.
As it pleases the court, my lady. Mr. Musinogi, during my questions, I put a version that you were given a trophy yesterday. I would want to withdraw that with respect. Let me just acknowledge the contribution of Advocate Ramaimel in this regard. My lady, the contents of the letter which I referred earlier on, in view of the clarity which was given by my learned colleague, it then becomes academic. Thank you, my lady. Let me just proceed. Mr. Musinogi.
Yes, that is
in view of what has just been read into the record now, you have captured it quite clearly. And even Dr. Manamela would agree with you that prior your appointment as the project manager, Baneng has already been saved due to her contribution with the with her directorate, and you then came into the picture. As a project leader, you took a role to negotiate tariffs. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it was during that meeting which Dr. Manamela advises me that it became so heated that you were insistive, because of passage of time, that the tariffs which Life Esidimeni was asking with regard to Baneng should be accepted. And that is when the HOD, so the MEC, said that you were acting as a spokesperson. Do you recall?
Yes.
Mr. Musinok, on that note, I want to take you, my lady, with the permission of this court, to a statement by Sutherland, that is the SIU investigator who was tasked to investigate the conduct of the Gauteng Department of Health official at the time of termination. My lady, I will take this court to page 327. 327 case line. That is paragraph 26.12. My lady, for the sake of time, I'll quickly go to the passage which I want the record to reflect and capture. That is paragraph 26.12, my lady. In the middle of the paragraph, it starts with the wording.
Just read the lines from the top.
As you place the code. The lines from the top, my lady, it starts as follows. According to...
No, I just wanted you to count them so that you can direct
okay, thank you, my lady. Let me just quickly do that, my lady.
Start with the one that says Dr. Florence Utenu.
Okay. That will be line number 7, my lady. Line number 7.
During.
Yes, during. Yes, thank you, my lady. During the meetings, they were, however, informed that the mandate comes from higher authority. A decision was taken by the clinicians and psychiatrist specialists.
Did you read it properly on record? During the meetings, they were, however, informed that the mandate came from higher authorities.
That's correct. Yes. If I can just pause here, my lady. Mr. Msinoki, yesterday you testified that you even engaged some of your comrades because you were a branch member. You recall?
Yes.
And which branch did you belong to then? You were a leader of your branch. Which branch?
Should I mention it? It's branch.
Is it relevant, Mr. Sibara?
My lady, the court will recall that Mr. Musinoki already testified, but we can leave it. It's fine, my lady. There's no need to mention the name of the branch. When in the context of the mandate from higher authority, it was put to you yesterday during cross-examination that the MEC will testify that the decision to terminate the contract with Life Esidimeni was the decision of the Premier of Gauteng. Do you recall that?
Yes, I had that advice, that indication.
From your tenure as the project manager and as a member of the African National Congress, did it come across to you that this was the position?
No.
Okay. And during the termination of Life Esidimeni contract, what was your line of communication with the provincial leadership of the African National Congress at the time, in particular the Premier?
Come again?
What was his line of contact with the leadership of the African National Congress, in particular the Premier at the time?
The Premier normally is just on an informal basis when we meet and greet each other.
Okay.
That was the only way of interacting with him, but not on strict departmental issues.
My lady, we will go to paragraph 26.12. The court will note that this paragraph is subdivided into 3 paragraphs. I'm going to be going to the middle portion of the paragraph, which starts after the MEC.
26.5.
26.12.
Oh,
the same paragraph we're in.
12.
Yes, the same paragraph we're in, my lady, is divided into 3 components. There's a smaller paragraph in the middle, which starts with after the MEC. Yes. May I proceed, my lady?
Okay. Which portion now?
Come again?
Okay, continue.
After the MEC and the HOD became more involved in the project meetings, it became very intense. There was an intense need to move as quickly as possible to finalize the transfer of the Life Esidimeni mental health care use by 31st March 2016. Throughout the project, the psychiatrist specialists kept on highlighting the challenges that they saw coming as they need more time. Can you see that, Mr.
They needed.
Yes. They needed more time. That's correct, Malit.
Yes.
Can you see that?
Yes.
During your tenure as the project leader, this is the interview between Ms. Sutherland and Dr. Florence Otiono. Do you recall? Do you see that?
Yes.
She captured that during the meetings with the MEC and during the when the MEC and the HOD came into the picture, the meetings were intense.
Yes.
Do you align yourself with that conclusion?
Yes, those were the meetings which, when we were reporting to the MEC and his executive.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's move on. You have already testified that you managed to negotiate the tariffs and Banning was retained. Other than that, was there anything Dr. Manemela could have done to have the decision to transfer life Esidimeni, sorry, mental health care users, my apology, my lady, mental health care users from life Esidimeni to the NGOs?
May I correct the statement that
the
tariffs were never concluded during my term when I was asked to, they were never really concluded because that disagreement remained. And the second question in terms of Dr. Manamela.
Yes, yeah.
The question is, maybe if you can repeat the question.
Can I repeat it? Okay. Yeah. Was there anything Dr. Manamela could have done to have the decision to cancel the contract and reverse the transfer of mental health care users from life Esidimeni facilities?
No, she couldn't do anything. She could not do anything because I think she was the director of the program. Yeah. Above her, there's a chief director and the DDG and then the HOD. So on her own, she will not have that power.
It's common knowledge before this inquest that Dr. Manamela, she's a person of interest during these proceedings. Were you aware of that?
Yes, I was told.
When we look at the structure of your project team, she is the only member of the project team who was singled out as the person of interest. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she was then put together with the two members of the executive, that is Dr. Silubano and Dr. Mahlangu. Is that correct?
Yes.
It is your evidence that Dr. Manamela, she did not play any role in the termination of the contract, except for giving effect of the instructions of the executive. Is that correct?
Yes.
She was equally in the position like yourself. Will I be correct to come to that analogy?
Yes, we were the implementers.
You were the implementers. Let me borrow your word. As the implementers, she was the only one isolated and became the person of interest. Is that correct?
Yes, according to what I know.
And you were the project manager. She was the deputy.
Yes.
Yes. And the transfer of patients from life Esidimeni to NGOs, in your own understanding, can it be put on the doorstep of Dr. Manamela?
It's a departmental decision. It was not a Dr. Manamela's decision.
It is public knowledge, Mr. Musinoki, that the former deputy judge president of the Constitutional Court Honorable Museneke, made an adverse finding.
Honorable Judge.
Judge Museneke, my apologies. Honorable Judge Museneke made an adverse finding against Dr. Manamela. Are you aware of that?
In terms of the findings of the Museneke Commission, yes.
Are you aware?
Yes.
In view of her contribution in the project, which mirrors your contribution, the then Director Manamela was again castigated for a role. Do you recall?
By whom?
By the arbitrator.
Yes.
In view of your evidence before the court now in this inquest, did Dr. Manamela had any role or played any role in the death of the mental health care users?
Yes, I would not like to contradict what the Museneke Commission has said, because I think it was his own findings. But in my opinion, Dr. Manamela was implementing what has already been decided, and I worked with her. And in my opinion, she did not contribute to the death, but that will be for the court to decide.
Thank you, Mr. Museneke. In fact, I was inviting you to comment in your personal capacity. Thank you, my lady. If I can just interpose and check with my client if there's any issue which I've left out.
Okay.
I'll just switch off the mic, my lady. Thank you, my lady. That will be all for Dr. Manamela. I'm indebted to the court, my lady.
Thank you very much. I don't know who's next after you.
I'm not sure, my lady.
I don't have that list. I don't know what did I do with it. Can you please help me now, because we're going to waste time. Who's ready to proceed? After you know yourself according to seniority. Is the silence?
My lady, if the court maybe can as well inquire from NGOs which are unrepresented, if maybe they want to put questions, because I see my colleagues are quiet.
We'll hear from them at the end. I just prefer to deal with them. Ms. Koka, is it not proper to say to the court, I'm ready, my lady, I'm the one who follows? Because I've been asking even yesterday.
No, my lady.
After you, who is that?
My lady, there's supposed to be Advocate Maite and then Moweni, and then I come after Advocate Moweni.
Why are they quiet? Are they present?
I'm not sure, my lady.
I'm going to repeat again. Who's next after Mr. Sibara?
My lady, if I may just interject. My lady, I thought for purposes of cross-examination, and of course I could be wrong, that in respect of seniority, my lady, there's not a strict formality there too. It depends on what the evidence that is being laid is. Previously, my lady, I had asked to go after Dr. Manamela's statements, not, well,
it's better to proceed if you are not ready, or if you don't want to put questions, you'll indicate to the court that although I'm supposed to be the next in line, I don't have questions, as we have been doing it. But now I keep on saying, even yesterday, I asked the same question, because I realized that after Mr. Martin, I didn't know who was going to be next. Everyone was quiet, even this morning. So I don't understand, is that how we're going to proceed?
Well, my lady, now I do take note of the fact that in terms of seniority, if
so
there are no questions
I
to be
must just,
posed, I will
I
indicate.
just have my own list to avoid wasting time. So you come after Mr. Sibarane.
Ordinarily, for purposes of this inquest, my lady. But at this point in time, I have no questions, and that's the reason why I allowed Mr. Sibara to.
You don't have questions?
I do not have questions for this witness, my lady.
Ms. Mboweni, are you supposed to follow?
I'm supposed to follow, my lady, and I've got no questions for this witness.
Thank you. Ms. Njerere?
Yes, please, the court, my lady. Even myself at this stage, I don't have questions unless if maybe something can happen. Maybe I reconsider my position as the cross-examination continues, my lady.
Thank you. Ms. Koka, is that you then?
Yes, my lady. In that case, my lady, I will then proceed.
Just a second. I just want to find out after you who's next. Who's next after Koka?
My lady, I normally come after Mr. Mapianya. I don't know whether he has questions or whatever, my lady.
Where is he? Is he present? Mr. Mapianya, are you there? Mr. Mapianya is on behalf of...
Bupilong Surman, my lady.
Is Bupilong Surman represented today? Mr. Sibara, I'm going to ask you to check the whereabouts of Mr. Mapianya.
I'll receive the court, my lady. I'll do that.
Irene, just ensure that I have that list. And I think I haven't been looking at, you know, the number of, I think the number was, yesterday, the number was low. I saw it was about 22 people or 21. So at least today is 31. So I need to be checking these attendance registers every day. Yes, Ms. Koka, you may proceed. You'll introduce yourself to the witness.
As the court pleases, my lady. Mr. Musunoko, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
My name is Amanda Koka, and I am representing Ms. Rochelle Gordon, one of the mental health coordinators from Tshwane District. I'm not sure if you know her.
I might know her, but I don't remember her face. I don't know whether I don't have a recollection of her, but I might know her.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Musnoch. If I may direct you, Mr. Musnoch, to your affidavit that appears, I'll direct you to the exact page in page 536 in paragraph 8 thereof.
Is it F1 or F2? That will be F1.
Yes, my lady.
530?
536, my lady.
Okay.
Paragraph 8 thereof, Mr. Musnoche.
Yes.
It starts with, I visited Waverley and Randfontein Life Esidimeni facilities. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you want to read it and then I can ask you questions based on that paragraph?
Okay.
You'll tell me when you are done reading it.
Yes.
is muted.
Are you muted?
Yes, it's all of us. It's not you. We are all removed from the meeting.
Thank you, my lady.
I hope we're not going to have problems. Continue.
Yes, the court pleases, my lady.
The witness has just indicated that he had finished reading the paragraph.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Musinochi, may you tell us where, if you remember, when exactly did you go to Waverley?
I don't remember the date, but it was during the move when people were being moved from the institutions to various NGOs. I think I just popped in at Waverley and I popped in at Ramfante.
All right. The second sentence of that paragraph reads thus: while at Waverley, I did not receive any complaints, but was, however, traumatized by what the users I saw there who were being prepared for the move, to the extent that I could not sleep at night that night. May you tell this honorable court what is it that you saw there that made you not to sleep that night?
If I remember well, I think that's where Dr. Lenkwane was working, preparing because I had just visited them and to see what they are doing.
So that was in Waverley?
Yes, in Waverley. So
even Buthelezi was also there, no?
Yes.
Yes.
But the incident that I was talking about in the affidavit is that there was one mental health care user who was sitting down, and you could see that she was not in her senses. She was sort of perplexed, and I could just imagine her, and she got me worried that the poor person, she doesn't even know what's happening to her. She was just waiting to be taken to the transport that needed to move them. So I was seeing those patients who were waiting who are being prepared, and for me, it was not a good picture.
Why was it not a good picture?
Because you could see that they seem to be lost. They don't seem to understand what is happening. And if you know mental health care users, I can just describe that they were sort of looking lethargic and not very happy.
All right. The reason why I'm asking you this, Mr. Musinochi, is because Ms. Gordon will testify when her time comes that some of the mental health care users that were moved on the 12th of May were looking weak and sickly. Would you agree with what your observation was? Is that what you observed there or not?
For me, they were haggard looking, not very sure what is happening. They seem to be lost.
You would not agree that they were sick and weakly. That is, they were weak.
The words I used maybe are different because maybe I saw different people, but what I saw is that people were not...
they were lost, not sure about what was happening.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Musinochi, you've testified that before the move of the mental health care users, you visited some NGOs, and I remember you mentioning Tepong.
Yes, the one that is next to Kalafu.
Yes. And were you satisfied with the condition at Tepong when you visited Tepong?
Tepong, when we visited it was together with the infrastructure people.
Yes.
Because they were assisting to renovate it. And it was an old TB hospital that was taken over by some NGO.
Yes.
So it's sort of I looked at the condition in terms of the environment and also the beds that were prepared. And I was taken through, and then I was shown also the people who are going to work there, the supervisors. There was a list normally when they.
But the question, I'm sorry to interject. Let's listen to the question. I said you must listen to the question first before giving details. The question is, did you find it satisfactory? Were you satisfied with it?
In terms of the conditions, I think that's what I said even in the evidence.
Yes, but now she's asking you, were you satisfied, yes or no?
Yes, I was satisfied.
Continue.
When Ms. Rochelle Gordon comes and testifies, she'll testify that Tshepong was not ready as it did not have the rails for the disabled patients.
It did not have?
The rails, my lady.
Okay.
For the disabled patients. What is your comment to that?
I would not have noticed that.
Why would you not have noticed?
I did not notice it.
I'm talking now to a person who has, I'm not sure whether you went to Waverley before or after, but you would have seen the condition of the mental health care users, the way you are describing them. Now I'm saying in this place, Rochelle will testify that there were no rails for the disabled ones.
Yes, I did not notice that. That's what I'm saying.
Right. When you went there, you've already indicated that you saw beds, some beds. That were you saying, were they being made, or what were you saying about the beds?
Should I explain just?
Yes.
Yeah.
She wants clarity. She wants to understand your evidence.
Okay. I said it was just an inspection together with the infrastructure team.
Yes.
And the mental health care unit team. And we were taken through the facility, which was a farmer hospital.
Yes.
So the beds have been already set up across the rooms that they were going to be used for the patients.
When you are
so I'm just describing that we went through. They showed me the kitchen, what. We went just through all these things. Yes.
When you are saying the beds were already set up, what do you mean? Were they covered with blankets or were they just put in a room? Can you explain to us?
The normal setting of a hospital, where the beds are put across, like a dormitory.
Were there blankets on those beds?
They were made up. They were covered.
All right. The reason why I'm asking you this question, Mr. Mosenekgo, is because Ms. Rochelle Gordon will come and testify that when the patients were moved to Tshepong, there were no blankets, to the extent that a day after the move, that would be on the 13th of May 2016, she had request that is a clear indication that Tshepong was not ready to receive mental health care users. What do you say to that?
Maybe I don't know what to say, because what I'm saying is just immediately after the renovation.
Yes.
We just visited there. It was before people were being moved. So I won't be able to answer whether that time the beds were set up, and I was satisfied in terms of the environment, the renovation that was done, and all those things. So, but I can't contradict what she has seen herself.
All right. Now let's go to Anchor House. Did you go to Anchor House before the patients were moved?
No.
Ek is nie hof besig, maar praat maar.
Mr. Mosnoche?
No, I did not visit Anchor House before.
You did not, all right. Bupilong Surman, did you visit Bupilong Surman?
I don't remember visiting it.
Right. You've indicated in your evidence that you were provided with assurance by Mental Health Care Directorate that the NGOs were ready to receive patients or mental health care users. Did I hear you correctly?
I don't know. Can you refer me to that statement? I think I was answering it on something else. The assurance that I talked about.
On what basis then were the mental health care users moved to these NGOs? I mean, I'm talking to you now as a project leader or a project manager who went to visit some of the NGOs.
As we said, that the NGOs were approved, were accredited and licensed, and only then could they be patients be moved to those NGOs.
Ms. Rochelle Godin, when she comes and testifies, she will tell the Honorable Court that it was only El Shaddai NGO that was ready to receive patients, and El Shaddai is based in Centurion. Other NGOs were not ready.
Yes, that's a testimony.
But according to you, the ones that you visited were ready.
The ones I visited were, in terms of the renovations, they were okay in terms of the renovations, because I visited them, as I said, advocate with the infrastructure, who was assisting with the renovations, especially the Tepung one.
All right. If I may direct you then to page 535, I believe that is your affidavit in paragraph 6, line 7 thereof. The sentence that starts with, I concluded on the basis of the information received from the teams that were conducting audit and inspection, as well as my observation that these centers were well capacitated in terms of personnel and infrastructural conditions.
Yes.
What other information did you receive from which teams? The information that we are referring to there.
The auditing team.
Lady.
Is that a hand, Ms. Ramemela?
Yes, indeed it is. I would just like to request Ms. Xoxa to correct one word that she read. I think there's somewhere where she said these instead of they. It's in a particular, not plural. Can I just quickly find it, my lady?
Okay.
Last sentence, where is it? I concluded on the basis of information received from the teams that were conducting auditing and inspection, as well as my observation that the centers were well capacitated in terms of personnel and infrastructural conditions.
Ms. Coker?
My lady, I'm not sure. I don't understand what my colleague is talking about.
Maybe you could have read it differently, because as you read some of them, some of you, I always go back to say, no, this. I don't know how you read it, because yes, just read it properly and just read it again so that it can be properly captured on record, and then pose your question after that.
As the court pleases. I concluded on the basis of the information received from the teams that were conducting auditing and inspection, as well as my observation that the centers were well capacitated in terms of personnel and infrastructural conditions, my lady.
Yes.
Am I correct, Mr. Mosenoch, to say that the centers that you are referring to there are the NGOs?
The ones that I visited.
All right.
In terms of the paragraph.
Now, what I was asking you was, which information did you receive from which team?
As I said, Your Honor, that when we visited, that I will always go with teams. I had gone with the infrastructure team because they will also show me what they have done in terms of the work that they needed to do to renovate, but also with the mental health care unit team. Under the mental health care unit team, it will be the inspectorate, those who will be responsible for inspecting and also accrediting the NGOs for partnership with the department.
Ms. Gordon, Rochelle Gordon, is also responsible for pre-auditing of the NGOs and the auditing of the NGOs. And I see on that sentence that I've read, is you are saying you concluded on the basis of information received from the teams that were conducting auditing and inspection, as well as my observation. Now, I wanted you to tell us, maybe I should ask you, what information did you get from the auditing team or the team that was conducting auditing?
I will get the teams. I was not working directly with the teams. I will get from their supervisors that we have so much NGOs that are ready, and they will list what they have checked. There will be a template that they will list that will say we have security, they're satisfied with security. They will check maybe their resources in terms of human resources, whether there's a nurse that is available, and then whether there are care workers that will look after the patients, and then also whether the other logistics are in place. So basically, all the things that are required for them to be able to say we accredit this and will be able to license it, to be able to accept patients.
Are you aware if audits were done on these NGOs before the patients were moved into them?
That's what should have been done. And in my knowledge at that time, it was confirmed that they were done.
Ms. Gordon, Rochelle Gordon will testify that audits were not done before the movement of the patients to the NGOs. They were only done from July 2016 until December 2016. Were you aware of that?
I will not be aware of that.
Rochelle Gordon was betrokken by die transfer.
Ja.
Sy sê daar was nie audits daar nie. Tog. So sy
And she will also testify that the visits that they made, they visited the NGOs before patients were moved just to check for their readiness. No auditing was done.
Yes. Advocate, may I explain something?
Yes, Mr. Muslim.
from my evidence, I said that I did not take the functions that are normally done by mental health care unit subdirectorates. There were particular subdirectorates that were responsible for, in a routine manner, to inspect, to audit, to accredit, and to work with the NGOs, both at the provincial office and at the district level. So I will not be knowing the nitty-gritties of what happened.
But I think it was very important for your purpose as a project leader to know whether they were those NGOs were audited or not.
That's what was reported to me when we were having meetings. I mean, if you check all the minutes that we have, you'll find that there's a section where we talk about the work that has been done so far, and people will confirm.
So you just got reports?
Yes.
Okay, continue.
Except where I visited, okay. Then they will tell me while I'm looking at the work that they've done.
Ms. Gordon will testify that those NGOs were not ready. Now I'm talking about all the NGOs except El Shaddai were not ready before the patients were moved and even after they were moved. Are you aware of that?
I said I'm not aware. I was not aware of that during that time.
Right. If my lady, I can have a moment just to look at my notes. Thank you, my lady. When Mr. Mosinoche, Mr. Sibara was posing questions to you, he indicated the failure of the department to engage the CEOs of various strategic hospitals. Do you remember?
Yes.
And Ms. Gordon will testify that there was also failure to engage the heads of the various clinics where the NGOs were located. Any response?
Yeah. I will not know.
Yes, and she will say that on the basis that when Miss...
I hear people talking from the background. Can you please respect the proceedings? I can't keep on saying this. Council, please help us. I don't know who these people are. I can't keep on always. Yes, people are talking from the background. I don't understand what's happening, and they're disrupting the proceedings.
If I may proceed then, my lady.
Yes, you may proceed.
And the reason why Ms. Gordon is concluded that there was no engagement with the heads of the clinic, it's because she received a complaint from Ms. Karina Morale of Tepong that when she took the patients to the clinic, which she assumes it's Atrashville Clinic, the heads, that Ms. Karina was told that the heads know nothing about the mental health care users and they did not budget for them. So they couldn't help them. Any response?
I will not know that, but what I know is that when we started with this project,
yes,
we also briefed I had a meeting with the district managers.
Yes.
Where we briefed them about the project and what is the mandate and what needs to happen.
Yes.
I think that meeting I had requested it with their chief director districts. And basically the district managers are part and parcel. They're running the districts and they're responsible for clinics and for community health centers and district hospitals. So in terms of the project, they were briefed. So from them, I don't know how they have worked with their subordinates.
And you never asked them, you never asked the district managers as to how they were going about this movement of
we
patients?
always reported with them. We got engaged with them all the time. Some of them were part of the meetings when we were doing the report backs to the MEC and team. They will attend that meeting. So in terms of the management, they were aware of the project.
Right.
But maybe let me, okay.
Are you done, Mr. Mosnocha?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. You've testified yesterday, Mr. Mosnocha, that you were directly engaging with Dr. Mukatra of the Life Esidimeni. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes, I was. He was always engaging with me. We were always engaging with each other, but he was also part of the meetings that we attended together. Yes.
Do you know what arrangement was in place in respect of distribution of medication for the patients who were discharged to NGOs?
That was the work that was handled by the mental health care unit, but from my understanding, it was that they need to give for the clinic a certain package when they leave the facilities of Life Esidimeni to the NGOs. And also if they go to the hospital, I think they gave them a 7-day package.
Yes. Did you know if this happened with this, if it really happened with these patients from Life Esidimeni?
I assume that it's happening. I will not be able to point directly that I knew that it's happening.
Ms. Rochelle, when she comes and testifies, she will tell the court that the patients that were moved or that were discharged on the 12th of May to Tsepong, they did not have medication for 28 days as they ought to have, but for 7 days.
My lady, with respect, I submit that this witness is not in a position to comment on the veracity or otherwise of that statement. Mr. Mosinochi does not have personal knowledge, clearly, of what medication was given and whether it was given or not.
Ms. Kota?
My lady, Mr. Mosinochi was well aware because it just indicated now that the ones that were transferred to hospitals were supposed to be given 7 days medication, and that is correct according to the evidence of Ms. Buthelezi. So he is in a position to comment. I submit, my lady.
Mr.
Thank you, my lady.
Bergen?
Mr. Mosinochi said that I'm not quoting him verbatim, but he clearly indicated that he does not have personal knowledge. He was not involved with those arrangements. He was also not present at the time that the transfer was actually effected of each and every user. So he is not in a position where he can verify or dispute whether medication had been given, and if so, how much. And he can perhaps confirm that, whether he has that knowledge or not.
I think, okay, Mr. Mosinochi?
I think Mr. Bergen is right, because what I was saying, I'm answering according to what people have reported to me. But
so everything in fact, your evidence is that you were not directly involved because you didn't want to interfere with those who were doing the specific work. So they always give you reports. That's how I, yes, Ms. Choka?
As the court pleases, my lady. If I may then direct you to page 412, Mr. Mosinochi.
So please refrain from that line of questioning.
As the court pleases, my lady.
Yes.
Mr. Mosinochi, if I may then direct him, my lady, with your permission, to page 412. That is the statement of Ms. Gordon.
Yes.
Paragraph 15 there of Mr. Mosnoche.
Yes.
Are you there, Mr. Mosnoche?
Yes.
I'll read this paragraph and then I'll request you to comment. It reads, I further like to state that according to me, the project to move MHCUs from Life Esidimeni into NGOs was poorly planned. Things were rushed, and GDOH, which is Government Department, Gauteng Department, my apologies, my lady, Gauteng Department of Health was inconsiderate towards the MHCUs. All the deaths could have been prevented and proper planning took place. The Mental Health Care Directorate had pressure from the MEC of Health in Gauteng, Dani Mahlangu. Would you like to comment on that concluding paragraph of Ms. Gordon?
As already I've made evident that the time constraint was a factor.
Yes.
In terms of implementing of this, and it affected the planning and also the logistics of the implementation of the project.
Would you ask? Yes, Mr. Musinoka, as you are aware that the officials from Tshwane district were overworked, you said yesterday, I'm not sure whether it's Ms. Linkwane who appeared to be very tired. Did you, now as the project manager, did you find time either before or after the movement of these patients to go talk to them there on the ground?
After the implementation, there was a more emergency was the death of people now. And so we never really managed to go out and check on what has happened, because that time we had to reverse the decision, because now we're going around to Precious Angels trying to remove patients to back into the hospitals. It was an emergency now. So we didn't have the time to take stock of the staff in the districts. The only people that I could manage to take stock with were the mental health care, the provincial office, both Dr. Sophie Linkwane and the others. I will be able to sit down with the board and take stock of what really has happened.
All right.
So I couldn't go to the districts.
Right. In conclusion, Mr. Mosnoche, Rochelle Gordon will testify that at all material times, she as Rochelle Gordon and other members of the mental health care unit always knew that the NGOs were not ready, but Dr. Manamela said, these things, I quote, these things are not done under normal circumstances. They will be corrected later, close quotes.
Yes, I will not be knowing that.
All right. That is all, my lady. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sibara, did you get any feedback?
I think Advocate Mapkanya is online. I saw him logging on. There was a time where there was a bit of an interruption. We had to log back into the system, all of us.
Mr. Mapkanya?
Good afternoon, my lady.
What is happening?
Pardon me for that time when you were calling, I didn't respond. I had internet connectivity issues. However, I was online the whole time. I did hear Mr. Sibara's cross-examination.
Come again?
I just had an interruption that time when you were calling me. So I thought it wouldn't be polite to enter when my colleague, Ms. Gota, was still cross-examine.
Okay, it's now your turn to cross-examine. Am I correct?
Yes, yes. However, my lady, there is something I would like to address the court with. I'll just be brief with it. Due to budgetary constraints, which the details are within the ambit of client and attorney privilege, I will be only continuous an observer and will be waiving any further cross-examination on behalf of Bopilong. I will resume my active duties when Ms. Kekana is brought as a witness.
So for now, you're going to be participating only as an observer?
As an observer, yes, my lady, just like the Vatican in the General Assembly. United Nations General Assembly.
So what is going to happen with the cross-examination? You don't have one for now?
No, we are wavering it since it takes a lot to prepare, and when there's budgetary constraints, it doesn't equal out, my lady. It's an arduous task. Which needs a lot of resources. So we will waiver any further cross-examination.
Thank you. Who's next, Mr. Chabango?
As please the court, my lady.
As the court pleases, my lady.
Yes.
I can proceed, my lady.
Yes, you may if you are ready.
Thank you, my lady. Good afternoon, Mr. Musenohi.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'm Advocate Chabango on behalf of Ms. Nyatru.
Yes.
Do you know her?
Yes, I know her.
Very well. Thank you, sir. Mr. Musenohi, my cross-examination is twofold or threefold. We'll first deal with your duty as the project leader. And then thereafter, we'll deal with the issues that you raised on the document that you uploaded. And lastly, we'll have the issues that were raised at the arbitration. Now, Mr. Musenohi, we have evidence that you were appointed as the project leader since November 2015, is that correct? Since November 2015.
Okay, yes.
That's true.
November 2015, yes.
Good. When you joined the Project Marathon, there was a purpose of this project. Can you please tell us what was the purpose or the goal of this project?
The purpose of the project, the first thing was to ensure that there's a successful transfer of patients from Life Esidimeni to either mental hospitals or to NGOs, suitable NGOs, or those who qualify to be discharged, to be discharged.
Is it all said?
Yes. And
let me.
Part of it was also to, inclusive of it was the issue of the renovation that needs to be done so that the hospitals, the old buildings in the hospitals can be renovated and to be provided to the project as extra wards. So that's why we worked with DID and infrastructure team. And also to ensure there's a lot of tasks that were around that. The issue of making sure that the people who don't have IDs are identified, and we work with Home Affairs to ensure that they get their IDs. So it's a lot of work. It was a lot of functions related to the project itself.
Thank you, sir. And you were the overseer of the whole project, is that so?
Yes, I was the project leader.
Thank you, sir. And for you also to proceed smoothly, you appointed a task team, is that so?
No, I did not appoint a task team. We nominated people and they were appointed by the HOD to be a project team.
But that was your recommendation, those people?
I nominated them. They were appointed. The project team was appointed by the HOD.
Okay, thank you,
with myself.
And there was also the project plan. You remember on this project?
Yes.
Did you see the project plan?
As I gave evidence, the project plan was already there when I started. It was already being implemented. But when I came in, I moderated it where it needed to be structured to enable myself to be able to report to the MEC. I had to do that. And then also include all the other people who were not, prior to my appointment, were not involved in the project.
Okay, thank you, sir. So your evidence, like we had yesterday when you were cross-examined by SCPNR, was that you modified it. You still agree that you modified it?
Yeah, where it could be modified, because I couldn't discard it because it was being implemented already.
Okay, so if you modified it,
yes, where it was modified, it was modified. Otherwise, we kept it as it is.
Okay, now with the court's permission, I would like us to go to page 1103 of case line. Are you with me, sir?
Yes.
Is it 1103?
1103, my lady, on case line.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Musenoki, when you look, let me first say this is the project plan. Now I'm on the last page of the project plan. However, it starts at page 1068 on case line, but this is the last page. Is this the last page of the project plan? Is this the one?
Let me see the first page first.
Yes, sir. You can go to 1068.
Yes.
Do you agree?
Yes.
Good. Now we can go now to 1103. Are you there, Mr. Musenoki?
Yes.
Good. Now, Mr. Musenoki, you can see there that is compiled by, there's a signature of Dr. MJ Manamela, in bracket, Deputy Project Manager, Director Mental Health Directorate. There's a date there, which says 30 September 2015. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
And then there is also supported by Mr. L. Musenoki, in brackets, Project Manager, Chief Director, Policy and Planning. Date is 12 October 2016. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, the question that I'm going to ask you, Mr. Musinoki, do you agree that is this a date that you modified?
No, I think this date was when we were submitting it to, I think, to the ombudsman. Previously, I had not signed it off because I found it already existed. So I just modified where I could modify.
So can you explain to this inquest that why you didn't sign it off previously? Because this date on the 12th of October, this is after the fact, this is after everything happened.
Yeah, what I signed off is because at that time it was being demanded by the project, the ombudsman.
So do you agree with me that this was after the fact?
Yes, we were submitting it to the project. I signed it because we had to submit it to the plan to the ombudsman when he was doing his investigations.
So we don't have the one that you signed before?
No, I didn't sign it because it was already, at that time when I got in, it was being implemented. So I just modified there and there and created a template for us to be able to report to the HOD.
So why you didn't sign the one that you modified? Because that's the one that you were supposed to.
It was not really necessary because we were implementing what is already there.
But you modified it.
I modified, can I explain? I modified the way, isn't it, we said after my appointment, we sat with Dr. Manamela, he showed me the plan. And we said, how do we structure it so that I can be able to, the approach that we are going to use to report. And in the first meeting, we needed to say, this is the team that is going to work with us. HR is going to work with us in terms of employment of people or moving of people, absorbing of people from Life Esidimeni. The renovations, infrastructure is going to work with us. So those teams were now crystallized properly. And then what we did was to have a template that will say, this is how we are going to approach it. So if you look at the first meeting, we presented that approach to the executive. This is how we are going to report. We first report on the mental health care unit work that needs to be done. Then we go to HR, then we go to infrastructure, and then we go, so that it becomes systematic. That is the meaning of how we modified it.
That was not my question, Mr. Misonohi. You just gave us what did you modify, how did you modify it, all that. But the problem that I'm having is this project plan that you gave to the ombudsman. It has you now saying with modification a different date. But the one that the one that was actually you were working with, there was nothing wrong. So that now says, why was this one important? That one is given to the ombudsman that now you will have to modify, sign it, not sign, but put a different date.
As I said in evidence, I did not change much of the project plan because it was already being implemented. As I said, supported by is because when you needed to submit something to that, it needed for me to support now because now I was the project manager. So I needed to sign it off, not Dr. Manamela. Originally, it was compiled by Dr. Manamela.
And signed by Dr. Manamela. Not you when you receive it. It's fine. I'll leave that for argument because the answer is not satisfactory. Now, Mr. Musanaki, let's proceed. Now, let's go with the court's permission, my lady.
Yes.
To page 34804. Are you there, Mr. Msonogi?
Yes.
This document is the document that is uploaded by your team during the cross-examination of Dr. Lebete. This is his name report on the challenges experienced on the placement of the mental health care users from Life Esidimeni at the NGO in the Clinton care premises. Are you aware of this document, Mr. Msonogi?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, on that document, I want us to go to page 34815 with the court's permission.
34815. Is that correct?
805.
That's correct, 34815.
Yes, you may continue.
Thank you, my lady.
Or the witness, maybe let's find out if he has got the document.
Yes, I've got it, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Msonogi, there we see the signature. There is Dr. M.J. Manamela, there's a signature. Director, Mental Health Services, date 24 June 2016.
Yes.
Then underneath, then we have recommend/not recommended/recommended as amended. And then not recommended is scratched out, recommended as amended is scratched out. And then there we have Mr. L.M. Msonogi, Project Manager, 29 June 2016.
Yes.
That's so. Right. Do you agree that you signed this one?
Yes.
Right. On that one, Mr. Msonogi, I want us now to go to page 34805 with the court's permission, my lady.
34805.
Yes. Are you there, Mr. Msonogi?
Yes, I'm there.
Now on that page, I want
What is
us.
this?
This is the same document that I've referred, my lady. That is the report on the challenges. Yes, the one that I've highlighted earlier on page 348. Yes. Now I want us to go to paragraph 2. Then thereafter we'll go to paragraph 3. I will read
on this page.
On this page, my lady.
That reads Kaline.
Yes, that starts with Kaline. I will read out for you. Kalinen Hospital had many patients who needed to be discharged home or placed at the NGO. The CEO of Kalinen reported the need to use some of the hospital premises as NGO because the hospital has many mental care users without the families, while some families are unable to take care of the mental care users at home. The province welcomed the plan. The district and the provincial mental health services unit had no objection to the CEO's plan and planned to provide necessary support. You get like the way I read, Mr. Msonogi?
Yes.
Now, this document, Mr. Msonogi, you agree with me that it is from Dr. Manamela, right?
Yes.
And then you also recommended it. Now, on this document, Mr. Msonogi, I put it to you that based on this paragraph, the CEO of Kalinen was given the go-ahead by the department to go on to use the premises of Kalinen for NGO. Do you agree with me?
Yes, in terms of the the paragraph.
Furthermore, let's go to the next paragraph. Ms. Jacobos, who is in charge of the mental health NGOs in the province, was allocated to provide the support needed. When she visited Cullinan, she was refused to be part of the process. The CEO informed her she wanted to work with the NGO that has authentic documents such as NPO certificate, SARS, constitution, and business plan, and she will find such NGO. The province allowed her to carry on, knowing that once she identifies such NGO, she will report that to the province, which will take part when she finalizes the process. On this one, also, Mr. Moseneke, do you agree with me that a further permission is given to the CEO of Cullinan?
According to what is written here.
Thank you, sir. Now, let's proceed to paragraph 5 on the same page.
This will be the second paragraph of this heading termination.
That's true, my lady. As the court pleases. So
that it will start with the department.
It starts with the department. It starts with during the beginning, and then the last paragraph is the department.
I'm referring to paragraph 5, isn't it? You have just referred the witness to paragraph 5.
My policeman, that should be paragraph 6.
So it's the one starting with the words the department.
Yes, my lady. Now, on this paragraph, Mr. Moseneke, I would like to read the second last line of this paragraph. I'm going to read out to you. A total of 295 beds were urgently renovated, including 100 beds at Cullinan, and 1,700 beds were needed to accommodate patients in the NGOs. Now, Mr. Moseneke, according to this paragraph, do you agree that 100 beds were renovated at Cullinan?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Furthermore, let's go to page 34807. Are you there, Mr. Moseneke? Of the same document. This is continuation of this document. There's a heading that says mental health care placement, mental health care users placement. Are you there, Mr. Moseneke? Can you hear me, Mr. Moseneke? Mr. Moseneke, can you hear me? Mr. Moseneke, can you hear me? Can the court hear Mr. Moseneke?
I can't hear anything. Mr. Moseneke, you're on mute. You have been muted.
Okay. Yes, I can hear now, Judge.
Yes, Counsel was asking whether you were able to hear him.
Yes, I can hear him now.
Okay, continue, Mr. Shango.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moseneke, as the court pleases. Now, let's go to the second paragraph of this page, which starts with during the placement. Are you there, Mr. Moseneke?
Yes.
I'll read out to you also. During the placement process, the CEO and her team indeed managed to transfer mental health care users that were in the hospital without families to the renovated place and admitted the mental care users from Live Esidimeni in Cullinan Hospital. Now, do you agree with?
Can I suggest that you start it from the beginning?
Yes. Did you familiarize yourself with the statement?
Yes, but it comes from the first paragraph.
Oh, okay.
It will make more sense.
Just read the first two paragraphs and refer to the witness to the specific paragraphs thereafter.
Okay, I'll read for you, Mr. Msonoki, as the court pleases. During the final inspection, I'm reading the first paragraph. An evaluation of the renovated was at Cullinan. The CEO introduced Ms. Diana Noile as representing the NGO Love Disciples, Beds Disciples. The buildings were declared to meet the required standards to be utilized. Thereafter, the CEO appointed the new NGO, later introduced as Siabadinga, under the same manager from Live Disciples. The CEO did not inform the district or the province on the change of NGOs. Now, I'm going to read the second paragraph. During the placement process, the CEO and her team indeed managed to transfer the mental health care users that were in the hospital without families to the renovated place and admitted the mental care users from Live Esidimeni in Cullinan Hospital. Now, do you understand, Mr. Musenohi?
Yes.
Now, will you agree with me that the renovated place, it will be those 100 beds that we mentioned earlier?
Yes.
Thank you. Now let's proceed on the same page, which is 34807. Let's go now to last paragraph of this page.
Yes.
Are you there, Mr. Musinoki?
Yes, I'm there. Yes, I'm there.
I'm going to read the last paragraph, which overlaps to page 34808. During evaluation of NGOs and continuation search for beds, the province and the district NGO management team realized that there were still about 81 beds in the Cullinan NGO. The team, I'm now going to 34808.
Yes. 34808.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. The team planned to place 81 patients, but the NGO had no mattresses, and the manager indicated that she cannot get any more resources to admit mental health care users in all allocated beds. The department.
Where are we now?
My lady, as a code, please. I'm on page 34808.
Oh yes, I see where it starts from 34807. Okay.
As a code, please, my lady. Right, I'm carrying on.
Yes.
The department needs more beds for some of the mental health care users remaining and identify one of the NGO that was planned to utilize Kalafong Hospital Nurses Home, still having the resources to come and share the place with the NGO appointed by the CEO of Cullinan. The NGO manager and the CEO were informed of the decision, but they all resisted. It was emphasized that the department cannot renovate the wards by 11 million and let 81 beds utilize, while has nowhere to place the remaining patients. They were informed that the decision was made to place the two NGOs in Cullinan and that a meeting is planned on the 20 June 2016 to discuss with the CEO and the two NGOs how to manage the existence in the hospital as well as share the available resources. Did I read correctly, Mr. Musanoki?
Yes.
Now, I want you now to comment on what I'm going to put it to you. After you read this paragraph, do you agree with me that the CEO resisted the decision to accommodate another NGO at Cullinan?
In terms of what Dr. Manamela has written, yes.
Now, let's carry on. Sorry, Mr. Minoki, as a court pieces. On the very same paragraph, do you also confirm that this is what was Dr. Manamela has written, that the CEO was informed that the decision was made to place the NGO in the cardinal? Any comment?
Yes, that's what she has written.
Let's carry on, Mr. Musonori. As the court pleases. Let's go to page, same paragraph, same page, paragraph 4. 1, 2.
Ms. Diana later.
That's correct, my lady. Can I read out Mr. Musonok for you?
Yes.
Ms. Diana later went to the NGO and called the director and reported that according to her, the patients are clocked together. Although that was untrue, she was advised that if that is what she thinks, she must place some of the mental care users in the ward with 33 vacant beds allocated to her NGO. There were already 33 beds in her section on which she's unable to put the mattresses. Did I read correctly, Mr. Musonoki?
Yes.
Now, here we have Mr. Diana, who called the director.
Miss. Not Mr.
Miss, my apologies as a court, please, my lady. Miss Diana, who called the director that patients are clocked together. Do you agree with the statement, Mr. Musonoki?
That is what is written, sir.
By who?
By the writer of the letter is Dr. Manamela.
Thank you. Now, let's go to page 34809. On paragraph 3. Mr. Musonoki?
Yes.
My apologies. Paragraph 3 will read as follows. The meeting that was to take place and discuss on how the two NGOs should work together was scheduled to take place at the head office. Invitations were sent out and the meeting chaired by DDG Clinical Services and also as the acting HOD. Did I read correctly, Mr. Musonoki?
Yes.
Now, my question to you, the DDG Clinical Services, who is that?
It was Dr. Libete.
The acting HOD?
I think it says he was also acting as the HOD.
Mr. Dr.
To
Kalibete.
what is written here.
Now, do you agree with me that the purpose of this meeting was to discuss on how the two NGOs should work together? Any comment?
Yes, that is what is written.
As a court, please, my edit. I'm just taking my notes. So, Mr. Mosonogi, you confirm that Dr. Libete was the DDG that is referred to here?
Yes.
Thank you. According to this report, Mr. Musenohi, I want you to scroll further down. Where it says the outcome of the meetings are as follows. There is the meeting at 8:30 to 10 o'clock chaired by the DDG Clinical. Now we have an evidence that this is Dr. Libete, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And then as I'm going down on the next page, no, on the same page, Mr. Libete, Mr. Musonogi, my apologies. There is the meeting at 12:30 to 7:30 chaired by Mr. Musonogi. Is it 17:30? Is it you? 12:30 to 17:30. Is it you?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, let's go to page 34811 of the same document.
Page?
34811. Now, on this page, Mr. Musenoki, I want us to look at meeting resolutions. There's a heading that says meeting resolutions. Do you see that?
Yes.
Under meeting resolution, it read, the DDG later joined the meeting and the resolutions agreed upon were. The DDG is still Dr. Libete. Comment?
Yes.
I'm going to read as fast as I can for record purposes. I see now it's almost 4 o'clock, but I won't be long thereafter. The two NGO allocated the 2 wards each and admit the patients. That Ms. Diana may keep and care for 71 patients. She had until such time she can fill the 33 vacancy. Let's pause a little bit there, Mr. Musonohi. Bullet 2 says that Ms. Diana may keep and care for 71 patients.
Yes.
You will remember, as I was taking you through, that 100 beds were renovated.
Yeah.
Now we have 71. So we have now here, according to this, we have 33 vacancies. Now, you will remember earlier on, I referred to you that it was mentioned in the same report that the team identified 81 beds available in the NGO.
Vacancies, yes.
Yes. Now, when you take 71 and 81, surely this is more than 100 beds. You agree with me?
Yes.
Thank you. And this 81 plus 71, they will have to be accommodated at 100 beds that were renovated. Do you agree with me?
71 patients. According to the resolution, 71 patients and 33.
Okay. Let's put it that way, Mr. Msonogi. We'll come back to that. I'm going now to bullet 3. That the anchor NGO continues with the preparation and placing the patient as scheduled. That Ms. Diana must move the patients to her allocated space immediately to allow anchor space. Mental health team and the CEO of Cardinal meet and discuss how the two NGO will work together and share their resources. Is that correct, Mr. Mason? Is here?
Yeah, in terms of what you are reading.
You were one of the people who shared this meeting. Do you agree to these resolutions?
Yes, I think she was taking notes, and that's what she has written as resolutions.
But this question is directed to you, whether you, because as a person who attended the meeting, as far as you can remember, do you agree with these resolutions? Where the resolution, there's the same resolutions that appear there, been taken at that particular meeting that you attended. That is why he wants to know whether you agree that these were the resolutions taken.
Judge, I can't oppose them because it's threatened. My memory will not be able to recollect. It's
Okay.
a long time ago.
All right.
Mr. Musonoki, you chaired the meeting and then I asked you, agreed, yes. Now, these are few resolutions. Is it difficult for you to remember that, yes, these were the resolutions?
I accept them as they are written. I can't say I remember because as they are written, I accept them.
As the court pleases, my lady,
I see your time is up. You want to finish everything today. It can't work like that.
My lady, I'm indebted to the court. However, I can proceed tomorrow morning. I don't have much questions so far. With the indulgence, my lady, I will therefore suggest that the court adjourn and then I'll proceed tomorrow morning.
Who's next after you, if we can find out? So, Mr. Profi.
As the court pleases,
you
my
have
lady.
Questions in cross-examination of the witness?
I do, my lady, but I'll be incredibly brief.
Oh, okay. So you will be ready tomorrow. Who's next after you? We also have Mr. Manamela. Mr. Manamela, are you there? I don't know whether you're going to be the last or... Mr. Manamela, on behalf of Mr. Malebe, are you there today? So he's not there. Mr. Malebe, are you there? Irene, I hope you check the attendance register. Ne?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. You assist me tomorrow if I call people's names and they just keep quiet. Just indicate to me whether they are there or not. Mr. Hutamu.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Are you still there? I forgot about you completely. You are supposed to come after who?
I have been in attendance. I just wanted to indicate that there won't be questions to the witness.
From
I
your
didn't want
side.
to interrupt unnecessarily. Yes.
So you don't have any cross-examination to this witness?
Not at all.
Okay, thank you very much. I think this is the opportune time for us to adjourn until tomorrow morning. Mr. Musenochi, it's a pity you have to come back again.
Yes.
Yeah, you are warned. The court will therefore adjourn. We'll resume tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Tomorrow is it the 19th? Thank you very much.
As the court, my lady.
May it please